He's a man of commitment, focus, and sheer will. There are no links he would not go to, or contact. He beat one of the best players in the game with Silver Ziggs. It does not matter who you put in his way, they will do nothing because they can do nothing. If that smile goes on, it doesn't come off until the job is done. I told you I'd do it again, but this time I brought friends.
Friday. 3 teams, 3 champions. See which one comes out on top in the glory of Navori. Now that we know what all 3 champions do and we see the full roster of all 3 teams, who do you think is going to come out on top? And why is it Team Samira? The answer is because we're the best and Samira's pretty cool. But yeah, go watch on twitch.tv/emotional to support me and Team Samira, or on the main channel of twitch.tv/legends of Runeterra. Friday.
Hey, it's me, Exalter BH, the filthy casual from the Philippines, and I've joined Team Samira. I'm just holding casually my fist bump card back here, and I want to tell you something new. March 31st, Glory in Navori will be fighting the other 2 teams. What 2 teams, you ask? Well, we have here Team Set. Who can bite off more than he can chew? Probably he's gonna be, packing his 6-pack right there. Or we having Team Jack right here, who doesn't know Jack clearly. Now, you have to place your bets. Will it be Team Set, or Team Jack, or Team Samira? Because we all know we are going to destroy the competition. See you soon.
This Friday on the Glory in Navori Brawl, we have your 2-time lightweight champion, Mr. Sensational. Coming in at 135 pounds, 5'8", and an arm span of 48 inches, this man is sure to take home the victory against Team Set and Team Samira. You don't want to miss out on the action this Friday at twitch.tv/jsensational.
Watch out!
Delicious. Hello there. My name is Sir Majin Bey, and I'm here to cordially invite you to the Glory in Navori Brawl happening this Friday at 8 a.m. Pacific, where Team Set, Team Jack, and Team Samira will square off to see who's the best team and the best region. Obviously, as a distinguished man of high class, taste, and intellect, I was chosen to represent Team Set in the Big Brain region of Ionia, where your life total is not as important as the amount of cards you have in hand. My opponents for this competition are going to be none other than seasonal champion Mr. Emotional, who had to be placed on Team Samira because he still hasn't figured out how to play with cards that don't go face. Alongside him is going to be world champion Aragorn, who is so washed up he hasn't won a title since last year. Join me at 8 a.m. Pacific this Friday on the official Legends of Runeterra Twitch channel. I'll see you there.
Es un honor que me hayan dado ese título. La verdad que lo llevo con orgullo y no me avergüenzo de mis raíces.
¿Qué mensaje tiene para darle a sus oponentes?
Que no se dejen guiar por el rosa, porque detrás de esto hay una guerrera que está esperando para derrotarlos. Tengo confianza en mí misma y no voy a dejar amedrentarme por mis adversarios. Me siento preparada para estos enfrentamientos. ¿Samira? ¿Seth? ¿Quién los conoce? Custom Steam campeones exclusivos. Y a mi gente, este 31 de marzo los espero para alentarme. Nos vemos en la arena de Gloria en Navori.
You're the number one contender? Okay. Let's give him a show.
You want style? Ha! You found her.
Toma, they started it.
Hello, Runeterra fans! This Friday, we have a brawl unlike any other. I'm among 12 competitors who are battling it out for all the glory. And sure, maybe my opponents are tough, maybe there's some good competitors, maybe they have some good accolades. But I've mastered the memes, and I misplay my way to Masters every season, so I'm not too worried about anybody. It helps that I have a stacked team, as well as the pit boss himself in my corner. And just so you know, Set doesn't lose. Don't forget to place your bets for this Friday, March 31st. The brawl starts at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. You're not going to want to miss this.
Pues sí, chicos, este próximo 31 de marzo voy a estar participando en un torneo de creadores de contenido celebrando pues la nueva expansión de Runeterra, en donde van a lanzar nada más y nada menos que Papito Jack, Samira y Zen. Y lo más importante acá es que yo junto a otros creadores de contenido vamos a estar representando al equipo de...
¿El jefe está aquí? No aplaudan. En serio, cállense.
Ahora, ¿cuáles son los creadores que me van a acompañar? Nada más y nada menos que esta preciosidad de acá, esta otra de por acá y de paso esta que tenemos por acá. Así que voy a estar acompañado del mejor equipo que pueda haber representando a Set. Recuerden, este 31 de diciembre en el canal oficial de Legends Runeterra en Twitch van a poder ver todas las partidas y de paso yo particularmente voy a estar transmitiendo mi participación, obviamente pues que en mi canal de Twitch. Así que por favor abajo les voy a estar dejando los enlaces desde ya, vayan siguiéndonos que la cosa pinta divina. Los quiero un mundo y la mitad a otro.
Alright, I'm finally doing this. I have a confession to make. I like money. I also like abs. So for exactly those reasons, I am representing Team Set to fight in the Glory in Navori Brawl that's happening March 31st at 8 a.m. PT on the Legends of Runeterra official Twitch channel. This Samira champion is just a puny little tutu, so something that Set is going to absolutely smash, and Jack probably smells like fish. So why cheer for them if this guy is around? Oh, because he's from Ionia? Actually, that's a really good point. He probably does smell like fish too, if that's the case. But come on, you should still cheer for me. So if you want to see me print some coins to defeat those losers over at Team Samira and Team Jack, make sure you don't miss it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Glory in Navori Brawl. I am one of your pit-side commentators, Blevins, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the card game casting champion of the world, Boulevard. What's up, buddy?
Actually, Blevins, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm a little hot. It's. Hold on. Let me get a little
toasty
here.
in. Oh. I didn't know they allowed guns on stream, Boulevard. What are you...
There we go. That's much better. Oh, now I can breathe. Let's go, Blevins.
I'm not going to do that because I don't want to rip this shirt specifically, but one of us definitely did, and this is the vibe we're going for here, Boulevard. We've got an amazing broadcast here. We're Glory and Navori. Got some amazing stuff going on here for Legends of Runeterra, but let's take a look at that brand new format that we're going to be playing. Boulevard, explain this one to me because it's a little bit different than what we've seen in tournaments past.
Yeah, so obviously 12 players is kind of a weird number for a tournament. You're used to 16. So what we've done is we've broken them down into teams of 4, and one player from each team is going to go into a group. Those groups are going to play a round robin, and then at the end of the group stage, whichever 2 teams have the most match wins across all of their players will move on to the finals. Now, the group stage is going to be your standard 3-deck, 1-ban, no overlap, what we're used to in seasonal tournaments and Runeterra Opens. But once we make it to the final stage, each player has to pick one deck from their lineup, and it cannot regionally or champion overlap with any of the other decks that their teammates have brought, and then we're going to play last man standing style. Once you win, you stay in until all of the other team, until all the members of the other team have been eliminated, and then we will have our winner.
Yeah, it will be a back against the wall. We're going to be going down a slobber knocker, if you will, to the very end, and the last team standing will win in those finals. It's going to be super, super exciting. It's going to be especially exciting for the players because they are playing for an amazing prize here as the ring calls to those who covet glory and strive to claim victory at any cost. In the final seconds, with breath held and eyes wide, the moment of our victorious team shall be immortalized by the hand of the esteemed artist Wanda Kuhn. So, Boulevard, yes, you heard that right. We're going to be having custom art made for the winning team here. Absolutely spectacular and unique prize for this event.
Yeah, you've seen the trophies that have come out of the World Championships for Legends of Runeterra before. Anytime that Art and Legends of Runeterra get together, you've got an amazing piece on your hand, and I cannot wait to see what it looks like.
Oh, yes, and I cannot wait to see what these teams look like. Let's take a look at the 3 teams that are going to be playing in the Glory and Navori Brawl here. Starting off, introducing Team Jack, featuring Aragorn, Jay Sensational, Meg Ferrari, and Absolution. Boulevard, what are you thinking about this team, Team Jack?
You know, Blevins, we saw the pre-roll videos that some of these players shot, and I gotta say, I think on average, Team Jack had the strongest pre-roll videos when we combine all of them together.
Yes, I do think that you're right there. A very strong pre-tournament performance here from Team Jack already. But let's move on to the second team in the Glory and Navori Brawl. That's Team Samira with Puffball Panda, Excelsior PH, Pegasus, and Mr. Emotional.
This is probably the team with the biggest ego, and Samira is definitely the champion for that. Mo, obviously one of the biggest heads in the game. Puffball Panda's been climbing that ladder slowly and slowly, and we saw Excelsior had one of the more smack talk-focused videos, a little more used to what we're seeing out of wrestling and brawling.
Yeah, truly did cut a great promo, as they would say in the industry, or so I think. I'm not in the industry, I don't know, but let's move on to the third and final team in the Glory Navori Brawl. That's Team Set, featuring Sunny, Majin Bay, Rolly Attack, and Slay.
This team looks too happy to me, Blevins. There's smiles across the board. I want to see someone knock some of these smiles off these faces.
Well, that absolutely may happen as we take a look at how these groups are broken down. These are the matches that we're actually going to be seeing played here, Boulevard. What jumps out to you as we take this initial look at the group stage?
Obviously, Group A is the one where we front-loaded all the champions, right? We've got our 2 seasonal champions, our world champion. That's going to be the most competitive group. Group D is a bit of a wash. Obviously, Pegasus is in there, and Korea is #1 region in Legends of Runeterra, so obviously Pegasus 3-0s that group. I don't know how he's going to 3-0 when he's only got 2 opponents, but he's going to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that in and of itself is quite hard, but also, I mean, Slay had an amazing video, and so did Absolution, actually. We saw I'm not going to name the movie. There were some great references in in that
that's
promo.
the thing, though. That's the thing, though. Pegasus didn't even need to bring the smack talk. He's going to do it in the game. He didn't need to.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the mysterious challenger approaching. Did not even announce their entrance, just is there, ready to perform. And we'll have to see if that pans out, or if the awesome promos cut and the videos made are going to prove to be an advantage in this event. But I mean, just looking at the teams initially, Boulevard, what are your first thoughts on which team is ahead here?
I can't say Team Samira, even though Pegasus is on it, because I physically cannot feed into Mo's ego like that. So I think I gotta give it to Team Set, man. Majin Bay is the main character of Legends of Runeterra. Royal Attack has attack in her name. I don't know how much more aggressive you want this player to be.
Yeah, there's definitely some very strong teams here, but we've got an initial matchup that we're going to be taking a look at here, and it's definitely a very contentious one, Boulevard, as we are looking to get into that first game here.
That it is. I think we're going to fly the graphics soon here, but it is going to be a couple of players that know each other very well inside and out. If you're looking to build rivalries, this is absolutely where we want to be starting. This is probably going to be one of the more entertaining matches of the day, I would say.
Yeah, it's certainly. I mean, there's going to be tons of matches, and of course, if you're watching here, that's great. We're going to be featuring some great matches, but also many of the streamers are also streaming on their own personal platform. So if you want to follow a certain player, I'd say stick around here as well, listen to the broadcast, but also make sure you're checking out those players as well, as we are waiting a little bit here to throw into the game. But I mean, it's really tough. I mean, these teams, you know, have been crafted to be relatively even. I think that they've done a really good job of doing that. I mean, I think that there's definitely, each team has some very strong players. Each team has some players who aren't necessarily like tournament performers, but have that sort of creativity in deck building or play style that really can lead to some crazy wins in a format that's 2 days old, Boulevard. I mean, nothing is solved at all here. The format is wide open in the very early stages of Glory and Navori.
Absolutely. Even decks that you think you've seen performing well on ladder that you're like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go watch this show match. I'm going to see the same deck over and over again. Absolutely not the case here. I promise nothing has taken up even half of the tournament thus far. We've got so many different and unique decks, so many with the new champions from the new expansion, Glory and Navori.
Yeah, but we're going to be taking a look at 2 champions here. That's a champion from each team. This is what we alluded to earlier. Puffball Panda versus Jay Sensational. Team Samira versus Team Jack. And Boulevard, I gotta say, I have a little bit of insight into this match, as these are 2 folks who I've actually met in person. We went out to a barcade and played some arcade games together with a group. And I will say, one of these 2 players came out quite ahead in the head-to-head arcade fighting game matchup. I won't give away who it is, but it was definitely a little bit lopsided. But Boulevard, we are actually going to get a chance to hear from these 2 players as they are ready to defend themselves and talk some snack. We've got Jay Sensational and Puffball Panda. What is up, friends? Jason, what do you got to say?
Hello.
You cut a great promo. How are you feeling going into this first match versus Puffball?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I got everything prepared. I got my Yasuo hoodie on. It's like a Puffball Panda like repellent. I got 2 Ionia decks ready. Like, how can I lose?
Well, hold on. I think you're going to have to take that Yasuo hoodie off because he's not standard legal, right? He rotated out, so the hoodie's got to go.
No. It's a good luck charm, you know?
Puffball, how are you feeling?
No, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, rotations just hit. I mean, I don't. Jason, I hate to break the news to you, but Yasuo, he's not available anymore. I mean, good thing you got that hoodie though.
All right, so I do want to ask both of you, a month and a half ago, we had that Aegis Esports game show where you two paired up and tested your synergy. Do you guys want to, maybe you felt one of you was underperforming in that event. If you guys want to hash it out right now, I know you couldn't really do it then, but you can definitely do it now.
Oh, sorry.
I don't got no old beef from that, but what I got beef with right now is Puffball Panda's lineup, right? See, this is a showcase match. This is a for fun tournament. We're supposed to be showing off the new cards, right? So, but she decided to bring her comfort decks, which is fine. They actually brought in seasonals. You have the can't talk. Leona, Diana deck. You have the Echo Jinx, but there's one new card in each deck. One new card. She didn't even bring Set or Jack in the showcase tournament.
That's fine.
I don't know, but last time I checked, I'm on Team Samira, and I've got some team loyalty out here. I noticed that all your decks have a different champion in there. I mean, what team are you on? I can't even tell.
Wow. Well, words have been thrown, shots have been fired. We're going to let you two go and get ready for your match. The smack talk has been thrown. The gauntlet has been thrown. Good luck to both of you, and may the strongest smack talker win is what I have to say.
Thank you so much.
All right. Boulevard. A little bit of smack talk, but now it's where the smack talk doesn't really matter as much. We've got deck lists here, starting with Puffball Panda's Echo Jinx Boulevard.
Yeah, I mean, Jason was talking about how Puffball didn't bring any new cards, but we saw him stumbling over his words a little bit. I think he's scared of what Puffball has brought. I think he's terrified of the Echo Jinx, one of the most powerful tournament decks that we've had in Legends of Runeterra, consistently performing in a couple of different variations now. Just a little bit of a new facelift on an old standard, Augmented Clockling coming in.
Yeah, I think the fact that we pointed out that his hoodie is illegal maybe threw him off his game a little bit, but maybe this Echo Jinx will, or maybe it will be the second deck, which was, I think, the deck that Jason was trying to mention, the Diana Leona here. Again, another very a throwback deck, if you will, Boulevard.
Yeah, but this is Puffball's Yasuo. This is her deck. This is her comfort. I don't think it's always been the Shurima splash with Quicksand and Right, but I guess that's a bit of a meta call. And I mean, Jason, I think he's really just really shaken up by the fact that his Yasuo is gone, so Puffball's got a clear finishing move advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Jason trying to point out that it's a for-fun tournament. Well, we've seen the decks, Boulevard. These players are taking it very seriously. Of course, a great prize on the line, and Puffball going for the throat here with the Samira misfortune.
Yeah, so Mo is on Team Samira, and Team Samira is the only team that brought 4 Samira decks. And I have to wonder if Mr. Emotional had a hand in that, maybe submitted some decks for his teammates. Like, no, guys, we're all playing Samira.
Yeah, I think Mo probably threatened to just throw the tournament if we didn't have 4 Samiras, but maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Mo later on. But we are moving on to Jason's first deck. This is the Master Yi Jack.
Yeah, he accused Puffball of living in the past, but I gotta say, this looks like Jason really trying to hang on to that Yasuo archetype. I am not falling for your bluff here, kid. I see right through you.
Yeah, this is Master Yi is just Yasuo with the Groucho Marx sunglasses on as a disguise. But here we see definitely a new feel for an old type of deck, the Karma Control, this time now featuring the new champion Set with the Freljord splash.
It's a for-fun tournament, and I guess Jason really likes naps because I don't see a win condition in this deck anywhere, and I am a little afraid of what it's going to do for the tempo of the tournament here, Blev.
I'm just really glad that he brought me to this event, the old timer, aka Old Batman. Really happy to see that one get some play. And then, of course, Jason's last deck here, Fizz Samira. I think a lot of folks are calling this
What happened to the for-fun tournament, Jason? I thought this was a for-fun event. Why are you bringing Fizz Samira, huh? You're accusing Puffball of playing a little bit too competitively, and here we are with the deck that everybody is buzzing about.
Right, just let's see. Reveal your DMs to Drizoff, because I think that there might have been some here.
I cannot publicly open my DMs to Drizoff. I'll tell you that right now.
I won't. Maybe I could, but I absolutely will not be doing that. But we've seen both sides here. We've seen we've heard the smack talk. We've seen the decks, Boulevard. Initial thoughts on how this match is going to play out.
I think it's got to be Puffball. I mean, given the Smack Talk section, Jason is shook, undeniably. He is quaking in his boots. Blevins, I gotta know, who was pulling ahead at the barcade there? Can you reveal it to us now, right before the match?
What I will say is that the Smack Talk was very indicative of how the arcade matches went. I actually think it was me, Jason, Puffball, and Majin, and I don't think Puffball lost a single game of Street Fighter to any of us or any of the challengers the entire night. It was impressive for sure. So hey, there's a couple of check marks in Puffball's scorecard here, but Jason's certainly a player a great player in and of himself. But we are jumping into the game. Nothing else matters until this one now, Boulevard, as we step into game number 1 of the Glory in Navori Brawl.
You know, Blev, we've been doing so much preparation to get the vibe of the event right in the Smack Talk that I forgot that we were going to have to actually shoutcast some Legends of Runeterra. This is what I'm like sitting here, you know, my sleeves are ripped off. I'm actually a little cold now, if I'm being totally honest. I should probably turn my AC off.
We are in the northeast, and it is still cold here. All right, Puffball starting off. Has both champions in hand, a number of predicts. Pretty much nothing but predicts and champions. That's basically what you want. That's how you draw this deck up.
Yeah, the problem that Jason is going to run into very early on is that with such an Ionia-heavy lineup, you don't really have removal. And that means that if Echo and Jinx both get to stick, which Puffball has opened with both champions, Jason is going to get run over very, very quickly here. He's got the Sonic Waves as a little bit of a reprieve, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. It'll really, obviously, as always with Echo decks, depend on how quickly Puffball can get to those reanimation spells.
Yeah, absolutely. That is... It's just the most frustrating thing when you actually have an answer for Echo and you go, okay, finally, I made it through that turn, and oh, by the way, I'm reviving everything and I'm rallying and you're dead. Okay, great. Cool. Next game, please.
And Unworthy Soul, really not going to do much here. I mean, these champions are very cheap. I'm actually a little surprised to see so many copies of it in here. Again, I think Jason is really hanging on to this Yasuo style of gameplay, forgetting that just because you recalled something doesn't mean you get to deal 2 damage to it.
Right. It's just... Did Jason just replace the Yasuos with the Master Yis when he found out that they weren't legal? That's possible.
There was a lot of theory crafting going around, like, yeah, I figured out the best deck when we had no idea what was rotating, and now we see the Chrono Breaks getting shuffled in. They've been in the deck, and now I don't think Jason has enough mana to do anything, but it is his attack token, so we're going to have to wait a second before we can get another free copy of the Echo spell here, the draw.
Yeah, and of course, the brand new mechanic Brash on the Jack we see here can't be blocked except by units with 3 or more health. Sort of like not an inverse fearsome, but a health-based fearsome.
Yeah, it's similar, and I gotta say, on that last turn, Jason choosing not to go in with the Jack either for an open attack and offer up a potential trade onto the Echo, and also no utilization of the Sonic Wave to even try to clean up a little bit more of the board before Puffball untaps and potentially throws out a Chrono Break. And now we're tapping below Deny.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be Jason knows that there are a couple of copies of Quicksand, so that would have been a pretty big blowout if decides to attack into the Echo, gets Quicksanded, and just is completely devastated. So sees through that, and we know that Puffball does have the Quicksand, so ends up being an all-right decision there.
Going back to Jason's turn, absolutely no threats in hand. It is just Jack and a complete bevy of spells here, Blev.
Yeah, you could say he's got Jack.
You could say that. You absolutely could. I wouldn't, but you did, so we're gonna have to rock
It's
with
true.
that.
Jack is on the field. That's what were you thinking?
Yeah. So Mistfall is a landmark that we've really never seen. It's going to draw an equipment, in this case the Barnacles, and throw those on Jack. Now all of a sudden we're really cooking with gas here.
I've got to say, Barnacles, in my mind, might be the best pun that a Legends of Runeterra card has made.
I never thought to pronounce it Barnacles until I heard you do it yesterday.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. It really, man, it's just so good. It's so good on so many levels, and it's also a great card, so you really can't ask for more. Now, Jason making the attack, and Puffball still does have the Quicksand.
Yeah, Jason can use the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to still kill the Echo here.
Yep.
Looks like it is going to have to all be committed.
Ooh, and the sad bard.
Well-timed Jack getting his coins emote. I believe that's going to be 2 coins now stacking up into Jason's hand thanks to the Jack and the Barnacles. So that is 1 mana refill, 3 mana at this stage of the game.
Yep. The Predict still able to come through here. We got a free 1/3, and it looks like, was that a skip? Oh, took the Ancient Prep.
Could have been a skip, could have been an Ancient Prep. Hard to tell. They're going to immediately use that and find a lot of Jack.
No, Jack is on Jason's side.
Oh, my mistake, yeah. Puffball finding nothing is what I meant to say there, folks.
It's okay. We're still early in the day. We can get the errors out.
That said, Jason, even with this mana refill, really not sitting on a whole lot. No way to actually deal with the Jinx right now, even while the defenses are down for Puffball. No chance for her to try and flip this champion.
Mm-hmm.
Contemplating a heavy metal?
We're just we're swapping the Barnacles to level up Jack. Okay.
All right. I gotta say, absolutely love the Jack skin level up animation there. So I didn't even read Jack in client. I immediately prismaticized him and bought the skin. I'm all in on Jack.
Love it. Well, let me tell you, he makes a lot of coins, and he pumps himself up when you get coins, and he's got Overwhelm. So really, what more can you ask for?
That is fair. Now, if we take a look at Puffball's hand, a little too expensive to dump out everything here, unless you want to discard your voices with the Get Excited, but I think playing out the voices in full swinging might be a bit more damage in a situation like this.
Yeah, it feels like the voices is sort of the third champion in this deck, but Puffball knows that Jason is playing a more controlling style of deck, doesn't necessarily want to develop into a punish.
Okay, I immediately had to go check the patch notes because something in me told me that Jinx got nerfed in some way, but I could not think of how. And the answer is actually that I just made that up. It didn't happen. It's fiction. Jinx is still as powerful as she always was.
That's good. That's good to know for Jinx fans here, but we are gonna. Jason is declaring Jinx an unworthy soul. I think Puffball was potentially looking to see if she could level up the Jinx in response, but it does not look like that's possible here. I guess it would be.
I mean, Jack is now down. Master Yi is the only threat left in Jason's hand, and it's going to take pretty much all of his mana if he wants to run that champion out for the remainder of the turn. Meanwhile, Unworthy Soul, just a temporary answer to the Jinx. Puffball can throw it back down, and we're right back at square one here.
Right. Yeah, like Jason has done an all right job of holding off this attack, but the problem is that there's no follow-up yet. There's been zero pressure to the life total of Puffball, and the board. I mean, there's 2 champions out. That's great. We've got a leveled up Jack, but it's not the most commanding position at only 9 health for Jason.
Yeah, like you said, he's been doing a good job of stalling out. What he hasn't been doing is really advancing towards anything. The Jack top deck gives him a lot of breathing room here, potentially. It's probably one of the best top decks he could have found because he does need to get on board and start to threaten the life total of Puffball, who actually still has been unable to find a Chrono Break, which Jason has to hold on to that deny for.
Yeah, Jason basically... I mean, you pseudo get to spend more mana because of the coins, but has to leave up that mana for the deny basically the rest of the game, because a Chrono Break, as you mentioned, will basically just end the game on the spot if it resolves.
Ooh, Puffball's taking a little bit of a arguably greedy line here, throwing out the Jinxes Get Excited. Now, if Jason has removal for the Jinx, which he does with the Sonic Wave, then Puffball might be in some hot water here.
Yeah, can be a Jinxless. These are the types of plays that always they feel like they can be okay on paper, but I find myself getting punished when I do these types of plays.
It's locked in. Puffball's starting to get excited at face. Now Jason
All right.
really cannot afford to use the deny here. The Chrono Break is definitely something you've got to play respectfully of, especially since Puffball is still representing 3 mana and an unknown card in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly in the range of what could be in Puffball's hand. Jason...
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, well, it really was in the tank.
Which makes sense, right? You generally don't want to do... If you're going to deny anything, you might as well deny the rocket if it's coming in this turn, right? And until that happens, you want to see if that last card in Puffball's hand is the Chrono Breaker, if it's something they're going to play at fast speed to get the rocket in hand. Here we see the rocket generation, the level up from the Jinx. I got to say, I love the skins. So often in community tournaments, we get people that are playing base board, base card back, base Poro. Yeah, the what am I special, if you will. But here in the show match, we've got new level up animations, new champions.
Absolutely love it. Oh, you see,
and no echo.
No echo. No Chrono Break. We've got the augmented Clockling, which can fuel a little bit more. Also have an elusive attacker. A couple of other options. Looks like Puffball either went for the skip or did take the Clockling.
And I think taking the Clockling at this stage of the game is fine, right? It's a body that you get on board. It still draws a card, and it's elusive, which, I mean, the heavy metal is going to be able to take it out because it is just a 2-2, but that would have been lethal if this rocket connected.
True. Looks like...
Just buffing up Jack.
Yep, buffing up Jack. Also getting the mana back for deny, so... I mean, there's really no reason not to run out the rocket here from Puffball. I wonder, is Jason going to be forced to deny the rocket?
He very well could be, given how wide Puffball Panda is. And because Jason playing an Ionia deck with no concussive bomb, really not a lot of punishes for your opponent developing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. Rocket only does 3 damage. When did that get nerfed? How long ago did that... I knew Jinx got nerfed since the last time I really paid attention, and I knew it was something, and it wasn't in these patch notes. It's older patch notes, right? It just does get excited damage now.
Hey, 1 mana get excited and also deal... 1 mana get excited plus the riff. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah. But the fact remains that as long as Voices of the Old One is on the field, this Clockling will still represent lethal, and the heavy metal is committed.
Oh, no.
Jason poking fun at Puffball in the Trash Talk segment saying, oh, she's only playing 1 new card in each
and
deck.
A right
well,
of
guess
negation.
What? It's the right one, Jason. She's playing the right card.
A right of negation backup, so even if there is a removal spell drawn, it's likely not going to be enough, and even a Mystic Shot on top.
Yeah, and this is going to reduce the cost by 1, which means Puffball will be able to play both Mystic Shot and Rite of Negation if she needs to.
Yeah, well, I guess do you go for the Mystic Shot, or do you just get try to buy another draw with the Time Trick? The Mystic Shot doesn't really change the clock. It's not removing anything from the board, so I guess I just like taking the Time Trick here.
You can, I mean, I also like, I don't know about Time Trick. I think this is the turn where you full send it. Forsaken Bakai as another attacker is not something that I hate either. Oh, it is going to be the Time Trick. See what we can find. Because a Chrono Break, rather than... I forgot that it's going to be 1 mana. So you can still see what you're going to get and hold up the Rite of Negation.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we get a stun from Jason, though.
But it is does Rite of Negation... Oh, Rite of Negation doesn't... Does it target skills? I don't remember.
It does target skills, but Jason does have the deny.
All right.
The Witness. See, this is, again, Jason, he's like, Concussive Palm, I don't need it. I've got the Witness, I guess. Again, just really hanging on to the past here, Jason Sensational is.
All right, here's the deny. The Nora emote is so good.
And it's going to take a miracle off of this Time Trick to get Puffball back in this game because Get Excited is not a main decked card here.
Oh, you're right. I have to see, what are we looking at? There's Mystic Shot.
Continuously missing on these Chrono Breaks. Not that it would make much of a difference in this situation. I think Jason does take this on the open unless Puffball can find a Quicksand.
All right, takes the Mystic Shot. I guess we can just draw runner. Draw another quick Mystic Shot.
Yeah. See, in a roundabout way, we finally made it to the Mystic Shot. I knew I was right all along. A little bit of a chump block here with the pocket pick. You're going to make another coin in hand, but Jack is the one that is currently looking to do the lethal. Overwhelm, such a strong keyword in these open environments.
Overwhelm, and also Yasuo has Brash, so if this attack goes through, the Voices is actually not going to be able to block one of the two, so they're only going to have one Brash blocker.
Yeah.
And also, Jack will be like a 20 power Overwhelm, but, you know,
yeah,
that's besides the
secondary.
point.
So tomato, 20 power, and yeah. We actually are going to get the trade.
Okay. So guess what? Barnacles can go on the other 2 units, potentially. Looks like that's what...
3 Barnacles. I mean, that Jack draw from Jason earlier in the game, so pivotal, really starting to pay dividends now, and it looks like Puffball
pretty good.
Just doing what the Jinx Echo decks sometimes do, which is gas out, unless we draw another Mystic Shot, but that is not the case, and Jason Sensational looks like he's going to be taking game number 1 here.
Wow. A comeback of sorts here. Jack with Overwhelm is going to be an overwhelming destruction here with the Barnacles. Shows the GG. Game number 1 goes to Team Jack. Jason Station.
Yep, looks like Panda's impeccable street fight record not going to be maintained here as Jason does take a game. But a game is not a match. She's got more chances. She can still bring this back.
Yeah, can absolutely still bring this back. But, of course, you always want to get that first one, as Jason just needs to win one of the next 2 to get that crucial win for his team and put Team Jack in a good spot right off the beginning. I mean, every single one of these matches absolutely matters. As you mentioned, match wins at the end is going to be the first determination of if you make the finals, but also game wins matter, Boulevard, as that is the tiebreaker in the somewhat possible chance of there being a tie for match win points. It goes down to game wins. So every single one of these games matters, even if you end up winning the match.
Yeah, when you look at how the tournament's set up, it's very possible that every team, you know, every single player goes like 1-1 because they're only playing 2 rounds, and then all of a sudden we've got a 3-way tie.
Right.
Trying to figure out which team to eliminate. Game wins is how we're going to determine that, because this isn't a Swiss portion. We don't have, you know, opponent's lost record or anything like that.
Right.
So that game win, even if Puffball does end up bringing this back, that game win from Jason could be a big difference maker later on in the day.
Yep, and Puffball going with the strategy of, I just lost, let's switch up the deck and try to get a win with the comfort deck here. It looks like Puffball decided not to ban the Samira. So Samira in play for Team Jack and Jay Sensational.
Panda is very true to the spirit of the event, and I feel like just could not bring herself to actually ban Samira while being Team Samira.
That's fair, and that I respect that.
The heart of a warrior on this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of times the heart of the warrior ends up 30 feet away from your body on the battlefield, and that may end up happening if you have to face if you have to face Samira Fizz all day.
Yeah. Are you going to call this TF Fizz, Bluff? You getting flashbacks already?
I am getting flashbacks, except I would rather be facing TF Fizz, I think, because Samira has absolutely proven herself very, very powerful already. And I think the cool thing about Samira is that we've seen some very strong lists, and they're all over the board. I think Samira actually flexes into and is very versatile and go into a lot of different archetypes, not just this sort of aggressive, combo-y, elusive Fizz style.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about the meta as a whole. There are 10 Samira decks in this tournament, but only 6 of them are Fizz Samira. So the other 4 are a little bit different. Now, a couple of those are Misfortune Samira, but we can ignore that a little bit. There's some cool stuff happening with Samira somewhere else in the tournament, okay? I promise.
Well, in the tournament and also on ladder, I've definitely seen a lot of different variants of Samira. As she's just a really she feels very like a different version of Akshan in a way, and Akshan, you know, sort of slots into a lot of different decks very well.
which I'm all here for. I love Noxus, all right? I was sick of having to play Akshan and Shurima decks and all this kind of stuff. Now we see the all-out coming in. This is why Samira is so powerful, why you pair her with Fizz. This cheap combo spell-oriented deck.
Yep. Very, very strong. A lot of access to a lot of 1 mana, 0 mana, sometimes 2 mana that can be reduced to 1 mana spells at burst speed that give you a lot of value if you do proc that plunder. And oh, by the way, Samira has a card called Flare. Woo! That deals 1 damage to the opponent if you need to.
You know, I'm not gonna lie though, Lev, I see right through Jay Sensational. You know what? I see 5 cards in hand. I see the 3 on the left. I'll say stun on them. This guy can't fool me. He can't get away from his roots. He's so stuck in his ways, Blevins.
Can we call a tournament judge? He somehow brought Yasuo.
Yeah, you're not fooling me, Jay Sensational. I see you. I've got
that
you all
hoodie
pegged.
out of here. It just channels
Probably
all the
rubs
sun.
the little Yasuo on his chest every time he stuns something.
Yep.
And now swindling a Ravoon away from Puffball, who really has, unfortunately, not done a great job of getting on board so far. This is a really unfortunate curve for a Daybreak deck.
Ooh. There's the Samira level up. Chasing me, the old-timer. Although that's not me because he ran more than 5 steps without being out of breath.
Oh, come on, Blev. I've seen your basketball videos. I know you got that hustle in you.
Okay, but the character I play on TV.
Okay, yeah, that'll do it.
I'm not used to playing a different character. I actually am in moderate shape, but there's neither here nor there as Puffball getting beat down is ahead. I mean, it has chunked away at Jason's life total here, but I've played a good amount of this Samira Fizz, and as long as you've got 1 life, you don't really care about the other 19.
Yeah, but Puffball is playing the Winding Light as the big finisher for this list, so that little bit of chip damage can go a long way. But Jason just drew Shelly, which means that the health of these units is going to start going up, and they might be a little bit more resilient to getting blown out by a Winding Light later on. Now we just see a straight-up pass from Jason on his turn.
Yeah, Fleet Admiral Shelly certainly good at destroying the opponent. Okay, I'm not doing that anymore. Sorry, that made me
I was wondering
cringe.
how long you're going to keep that up.
That made me cringe.
That was good, though. That was good.
I could probably play around with my voice modulator and get something close to it, but that might be nightmare fuel, so I'm not going to do it.
I would love to hear not what you land on, but every button you push leading up to you finding the right one.
We're gonna spare the world from that experiment and just stick to the match here. But the Fleet Admiral Shelly, I had to really think to say it in regular words, not with the W's. The Fleet Admiral Shelly here is on board, and that is very, very scary.
Yeah, and with these pirouettes in hand, Jason can just stun out the Diana to protect the Fleet Admiral from the Pale Cascaded Diana, but Puffball does have the answer, a Rite of Negation here. It would be a very aggressive line of play, but actually would work out and get a kill onto the Shelly.
I think, honestly, you do have to jump through the hoop to try to kill the Shelly as soon as possible. As we know, this deck is basically nothing but cheap spells, and every second cheap spell pumps your entire board, and that can just be game over from just a couple of pumps here on some elusives.
And I understand the hesitation that Puffball's going for here, because like you said, this deck is full of cheap spells. You're probably thinking, okay, what could they possibly have here? Is it really going to work out if I try to go for this Diana play?
Right.
What kind of protection are they going to have? And in this kind of scenario, it actually will end up working out.
Yeah, as the heavy metal and the pirouette are both slow spells, so Jason not able to in response destroy the unit that is being Rite of Negation. That's going to go through, and Shelly is going to go down here.
Yeah, a great line out of Puffball Fanda. Found the narrow window, slipped through it just as Samira would, and is now being rewarded. Fleet Admiral down. And my big concern here, Blevins, what's going to be really heartbreaking, is if Puffball Panda's tag team partner Ravoon turns on her and gives Jason a better card than it wants to give Puffball.
True. The Solari Sunhawk, though, going to stun the Samira if it's played now. We do have the ability to Ravoon into the Sunhawk. right now the board is not that threatening on the side of Jason.
No, pretty much no chance at lethal this turn, I say, as I feverishly read every card on Jason to make sure that, like, Samira's not going to randomly get up to 15 attack with Overwhelm.
No, the Samira, at worst, Samira is going to rally, but it would... I don't actually think it's going to be possible to do that here. Potentially rallying on Puffball's turn, depending on what is drawn, especially if we cash in... if we cash in the Barbed Chain to draw 2 next turn, there's a pretty good chance that Samira will proc the rally.
Yeah, and I think that Barbed Chain is going to have to be the play. Jason really doesn't have much else to do unless he wants to develop Ravoon, but would miss out on the Daybreak value.
Right. Ooh, aggressive Pirouette.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much damage push this turn, especially given that Puffball does still have the Sunhawk that they can develop thanks to Ravoon giving the constant Daybreak, and going to pass it back over.
Is this just a... This is a bluff attack, right? The Samira doesn't have a way to puff. I love it.
Is bluffing Puffball.
I absolutely love this line from Jason. I was just going to ask, why is the Pirouette not targeting the Nexus here, as it does have that option, and the bluff is going to work. The Samira is actually going to eat an additional unit as Puffball respects the play from Jason. I absolutely... This is the type of play I've literally been waiting for years, to the point where players are comfortable enough to do these sorts of bluffs. Because as we see, Puffball could have blocked with the 5-4 Ravoon and just killed the Samira, but Jason sort of placed his bets and said, no, I'm going to make this play with the Pirouette to threaten something here, and Puffball is going to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, it could even come down to the fact that we talked about these players knowing each other very well, and Puffball being like, you know, Jason's not a very good liar. I think if he's coming in with Samira, he's got something.
See, that's the beauty, though, is that you can be you can be a bad liar until you're a good one, and you can cash that in, and it looks like Jason cashed it in right there.
And now, I mean, the turn is over, though, right? Jason's not going to be able to rally right here, right now. Puffball's going to get the attack token back, and for all that's been done, still quite a bit of health on Puffball's Nexus, and a good amount of return fire should we get into a Winding Light sometime soon.
Yeah, I'm wondering what if Jason is going to cash in that that Barbed Chain now. We're giving...
Oh, that's the 6th spell.
Okay, we rally.
We go again. Biz coming back in. Samira taking out a unit.
All right. So the bluff paying off massive dividends here, as now the rally comes through. There's the Barbed Chain. Going to give Jason a lot of ammunition this turn. Just a lot of card access. Ooh. Oh. We got another fleet, Admiral Shelley, and a free Wiggly Burblefish.
Yeah, on the side of Puffball, though, we do pick up a Quicksand, which is going to be a great defensive tool for trying to buy one more turn, either taking the quick attack off Samira, the Overwhelm off of the Longtooth, or even Elusive off of Fizz. Burst speed spells, Fizz does not have a chance to negate those, so would lose the Elusive tag. But I think the chances of Jason rallying one more time are pretty high.
Yeah, I see 2 0 costs in hand right now. So that's
I see a 5-mana card with a tune, so like that's even a little bit more back over.
Yeah. I wonder. 1. So if Burblefish Recon is 2, the Flare, woo, is 3. I'm going to do it every time, by the way, in case you're wondering.
That's fair. And I think Barbed Chain from last turn counts as well.
Oh, you're right. Yes, you're right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we can just play another. We can play another Coral Creatures, and we're in. Yeah, this can be a rally this turn.
And Puffball looks like they're cognizant of this potential, leaving up a lot of mana. Not okay, I was gonna say not slamming down the second Ravoon, and as I say it, here he comes. No mana for the Zenith Blade means no shot at lethal for Puffball Panda, and I think Jason might be taking it on this turn.
Yes, I think that there's a decent chance. Now, one strategy that we've seen played in the past when ironically playing against Twisted Fate is when you know your opponent has fleeting cards in hand, just pass. It's a relatively safe line, is if you know that your opponent has those fleeting cards that they can only play this turn, you hit the pass button, see what they do, make them make the first move before committing to something. And Puffball decides not to take that line, instead to be a little bit more aggressive, and we'll have to see. It seems likely that Jason is actually going to be able to win, possibly even this turn, but if not, on the open attack pretty easily.
And this is exactly what we expect out of an honorable warrior. You leave the Samira open, you live with honor, you die with honor.
Yep.
Puffball paying the price for leaving this deck up for the namesake of her team.
Yep. When the flare woo is being played on the Longtooth instead of dealing 1 damage, that's got to be scary. If you're Puffball, that's
you've got a pretty good idea of what's happening here.
Yeah, cards are pretty much on the table at this point.
Yeah, and Jason taking advantage of the lack of reach in Puffball's deck, going down to 2, saying 2 mana, no Mystic Shot, no problem. I believe we're only 1 or 2 cards off of rallying now. If Jason even wants to do it, might just go into his turn, swing out with the elusives, and no, because Samira will reset when the attack token comes over, so Jason does have to rally here and now.
Right. I'm going to do it with the Jettison, which is certainly not the card you necessarily want, but 1 mana, toss 4, rally. I'll play that card in my deck.
Yep, and not enough mana for the Quicksand from Puffball Panda does mean that Jason Sensational and Team Jack is getting the first W on the board today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played by both players here. Just... Boulevard, I'm still not over that bluff attack. So good. Just so good.
Nothing would have made me happier than to watch Puffball call that bluff and just stomp Jason out right there. That would have been the highlight of the tournament, regardless of what happens for the remainder of the day. That would have been incredible, but no. I mean, you made the illusion earlier. Samira and Akshan. Akshan was the primo champion that you were making these bluff attacks with Shaped Stone on turn 2.
Yeah, especially back when Shapestone was +3/+1.
I forgot about that.
It
used to be like +2/+1 or something right now. It used to be up there.
Yeah, back when Old Timer was just the card Timer. And I did not think I was making that dumb joke today, but here we got there. But yeah, I mean, I will say Jason definitely struggled a bit in the trash talk category, but really backed up his lack of trash talk with that bluff attack. I mean, that's really got to be a highlight for me. But Boulevard, we've got a lot more action coming up. We're going to jump to a quick break. As you can see down there, we've got our next match coming up. It's going to be Majin Bay versus Mr. Emotional. You're not going to want to miss this one. Stay tuned for more Glory in Navori Brawl when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to the Glory in Navori Brawl. Hope you've got your age-appropriate drinks and popcorn ready for the second round here. I am still Blevins. That is still Boulevard. He still does not have sleeves. We just saw a fantastic round number 1. We've got a banger, if you will, Boulevard, for our round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Majin versus Mo, this, I think, is a match that absolutely everybody wanted to see, right? These are our two seasonal champions, and Mo absolutely has one of the biggest heads in the game.
Yeah, I think you're talking about ego, not necessarily. Not
take
necessarily.
it how you want. Hey, I said what I said. Take it how you want.
Double entendre, but we will take a look at how round 1 progressed. Of course, we saw Jay Sensational take down Puffball Panda. Looks like Mo won their first match. Meg Ferrari in Group C won theirs, and Pegasus won theirs in Group D. Boulevard, only 2 more wins for Pegasus in their 1 more game for them to reach your standard here.
I don't care what event it is. People will continue to sleep on Korea, and I will continue to scream from the rooftops about how they just need to wake up.
They do need to wake up, and we're going to be waking up for our next matchup. This is going to be Majin Bay versus Mr. Emotional. Team Set versus Team Samira.
Yeah,
what are
and
you thinking about here?
I mean, so far, Team Set is undefeated. Oh, no, sorry, that's a smudge on my monitor. Team Set is defeated. 0 wins on the board for that team so far.
No.
So Majin's got to really climb the mountain here if they want to make it out, and I'm sure Mo's going to bring it up in the trash talk.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see that. And, well, we are going to see that right now as we've got our competitors ready to talk some smack. We've got Majin and Mr. Emotional. Majin Bay, you went for the classy approach for the promo video. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling pretty all right. I just got out of bed. It's very early.
Okay, so Mo, how are you feeling about your opponent who just said that they are, quote, sleepy? How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, Sleepy Majin, Small Hands Majin. We have a bunch of nicknames for this guy. But hopefully he does better than my last opponent. That guy was washed. He hasn't won a tournament in a year. He got 0-2'd real quick.
No title since last year.
Yeah, no title since last year, so I don't know what he was doing. But hopefully Majin's better than that guy. I'd like to at least have some sort of back and forth, you know. Not that I expect anything back and forth from Majin. I expect it to be a bunch of sleepy Ionia plays while I'm hitting him in the Nexus, and he's looking at his hand like, I can draw cards. I can draw more cards. But
that does sound like me, yeah.
I definitely did, on a whim, make a Majin theme song, and draw cards is definitely one of the lines in the Majin theme song. But I think we might get DMCA'd if I sing it here. But Majin, I mean, your team right now, not doing the best, so you've definitely got a little bit of work to do. How are you feeling about the event in general and moving forward?
I mean, they put me on Team Ionia, so it's basically not fair. It's like having a home field advantage. I know that they had to put Mo on Team Samira because he can only play aggro cards. I almost brought Shadow Isles, but I wanted to make it a real, like I wanted to make sure we could actually have a competition. So I decided to bring Durdly Ionia stuff that hopefully he can beat up on.
Okay, I can play more than just aggro, buddy. I've played more than aggro plenty of times. All right, I cannot. Maybe I can't count very high, but I only need to count to 20, and then that's it. That's all I need to do.
Math
also,
blockers.
Imagine, can we flip the casters real quick? That you haven't even played a game yet. That's why you guys have 0 points. What are they doing?
I know.
Blevins probably can't even
be the
dunk.
one to say it, but
like,
I don't think
Boulevard
Team Set's
is even the best red-haired caster that LOR has. Like, what are these guys doing over there? I haven't paid attention.
Well, don't make me leak our DMs.
Okay, never mind. Boulevard's pretty cool, actually.
I'm scared to talk trash to the casters because they're both like 6'4" and way bigger than me.
Yeah, me and Blevins put together is actually over 12.5 feet of caster. Meanwhile, Majin, you're looking pretty tall, but Mo, I don't know if you're slouching or what, but Majin's got a good 6 inches on you here.
I'm 6'6", but I have scoliosis, so I'm like
I bet.
6
I bet.
foot. Okay, also they lowered my
I've seen
camera.
the meetup photos, Mo.
Said,
I've seen that. I can tell it's photoshopped. Your legs aren't that long.
No, what? I'm sitting here, and then I just heard Casanova's in my ear right now, and he's like, "Hey, Mo, like, you're not fitting on the screen because you're so tall. We're gonna have to bring you down a little bit, and they did me dirty. Production's over here.
Oh yeah, that's why they left all that headroom above your your.
Oh, they extended that. That's a extendo cam.
Oh, that's the Photoshop. Is the headroom?
Yeah,
okay,
that's actually
yes,
the roof of my house right
extendo
here.
cam. That's right.
That right there, that's the roof. So I'm like about 6 inches from the roof sitting down. So
I just tell people I'm under 6 foot to give other guys a chance.
Nowhere. We the trash talk has been said. I wish both of you luck in your match, but I really hope, I really am rooting for to win. So I really gotta leave it to that. But good luck, both competitors. Get into your match. And Boulevard, we are going to be taking a look at both of these players' decks here, starting with Majin Bay. There's the Seraphine Jack.
See, now that's what height looks like. Look at how tall this deck list is. Exactly what you would expect out of main character Majin Bay.
I'm really not surprised to see a back alley bar deck with Seraphine out of Majin Bay. Certainly seems like a centerpiece there. And speaking of centerpieces, there it is, Samira Fizz. A little bit of a different build than what we saw Jason Sensational bring. This one features the Inferna, maybe going a little more combo style, but certainly wanting to do the same sort of thing, beat you down with elusives and pump them up with Fleet
Funny
Admiral
enough,
Shelley.
this is actually one of the more aggressive builds we've seen, with 3 copies of the Elegant Edge and only 2 Fleet Admiral Shelley.
Yeah, very interesting mix-up here, but certainly doing the same thing. And there it is, the Karma set. This is the deck that I actually have been playing a decent amount on ladder. I stole it from Majin Bay. It's very fun, but at the end of the day, it is just a Karma set variant, and it's featuring the Piltover and Zon sort of splash there, with Caustic Riff being a very strong card.
If you've been playing this deck, is that Serene Sky Singer, is that good, or are we going for YouTube clickbait here?
I think it is a card that Majin just loves and really wants to play all the time. It's okay. I think in a meta that is very low to the ground and aggressive, having 1 is fine because you can play it, block, gain some life, maybe attack, gain some life, but it is it's an expensive one.
Yeah.
It is a 7 mana card that doesn't necessarily impact the board that much, but there it is, Mr. Emotionals, Samira Fizz, again, very similar to the other one we saw. It does run the Infernas. May even be, I don't know if it's card for card, but it's very close.
Mo is running less Elegant Edge and more Warning Shot.
Okay. And it does have the 3rd copy of Fleet Admiral Shelley. But moving on, we've got the Nora Nar here for Mo.
This is interesting to me. This is one of the ones that I'm most excited to see, especially running 3 copies of the King's Court. That is an expensive card.
It is, but it is very strong. It does, it has brash. It gives you those prize fights, which are turning out to be a very, very strong card for me, especially when you're playing the pie tosses, the group shots, and make it rains. Just really able to pick off a lot of units. But the last deck here for Mo is Alawi Jack, and I gotta say, Alawi is a card that always destroys me, but I cannot seem to get to work.
I really love that we've finally gotten a second champion into Pink Alawi. One thing that always looks weird to me on paper is when you have a mono champion deck and no sort of supporting roster for running a mono champion. No way to search it up, no entreat, no nothing like that. So I'm happy that if this is the direction that we're taking the flying tentacles into the future, that we have found a second champion that works for it.
Yes, it definitely seems like Jack fits the sort of the bill of having a, you know, relatively cheap, relatively efficiently statted, evasive threat that gives you those coins that are going to help you get out those, you know, have those really explosive turns where maybe you have, you know, multiple ways to spawn. Maybe you have a Nagakaburos and an additional way to spawn or something like that, and have a really, really strong end game turn that can get you there even quicker than it would before.
And I think the coins are going to do a lot of work in a deck like this as well. Normally, even when Alawi is just curving out, it's a really strong deck, but now the ability to really accelerate that curve, chef's kiss.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. I mean, just looking at the matchup here, Boulevard, who do you have? Majin versus Mo, just looking at the decks.
Mo said he can play stuff that's not aggro, and he's been saying that for a long time, and I haven't really seen the evidence of that, and I only see one deck that I would classify as aggro here, so Mo's definitely set up to put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, well, we will have to see, and we will be seeing right now, Boulevard, as we're jumping in to game number 1 in round 2 here, Majin Bay versus Mr. Emotional.
Now, I think a matchup like this is going to be pretty favored for Mo. I mean, because we are running this sort of slower, grindier control deck, that is something that Nora really looks to take advantage of and just outvalue.
Absolutely is. Nora just a great card, but we do see a lot of different removal spells here that potentially can deal with the Nora before she's able to generate that value.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got quite a few 2 damage removal spells in hand, and Mo throwing out the Nora early. I'm taking a look at the deck list here, trying to digest it. Not a lot of ways for Mo to level up the Nora without getting her on board.
Right.
And I think that is going to be a big pressure point in a matchup like this. I don't think Mo's going to have an easy time actually just waiting until Nora is level 2 to throw her down.
Right, which really makes you wonder, like, is there going to be enough value generated compared to what Majin is doing? Because Majin is going to be able to get a ton of value off of, you know, these removal spells. Then with Seraphine, of course, being able to generate a ton. And, you know, we mentioned the back alley bar as well. Just, you know, I don't know. I think it makes me think that Majin might be favored here.
Majin's opening hand certainly pairs very well into what Mo currently has.
Sure.
Really not going to be able to come up the board, not going to be able to put on pressure. That Caustic Rift, one of the highlights of Majin's lineup across multiple decks, going to sweep out those Conchologists early, and even throwing down the Seraphine early is a relatively fine play because Mo has to string together 2, maybe even 3 cards to take out that 1/4.
Yeah, and if you're getting that many cards off of your Seraphine, you're pretty fine with that.
Yeah, it's this situation where both these players want to get down their 2-mana champion early for the value, and Mo's is just so much harder to stick than Majin's.
Very true, but Mo is going to try to stick it here. Majin has to decide what spell he wants to use. I imagine just going to see some... Oh, we could see the kegs. The problem is that there is the disruptive element.
If Majin wants to really big brain it, he can generate the keg, line up the spell at Nora, and then when Mo goes to clear out the keg, Majin hits him with the Caustic Rift.
Ah, you're right. And that
Majin,
is exactly
the
what
big
they're
brain
gonna do.
player, seasonal champion, definitely going to see that line. Mo falls for it, hook, line, and sinker, and now we get a board wipe.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Exactly how it was drawn up on the side of Majin, and Caustic Rift, the card, potentially the card of the tournament, as we imagine it's very good into a lot of the Samira Fizz variants, as well as some of the other aggressive stuff that can come in. I mean, just having the ability to have fast speed, deal 1 to everything, with the ability to even augment that with kegs and other spells is just so good.
And now Majin's really going to start to run away with the card advantage. We get a draw 2. We find a lot more draw power off of that drum solo as well. Yeah. Mo's King's Court is unfortunately not a boat that is going to find you a champion. It's just a boat in picture, not in essence. So Majin can just Hexbliterate that with no issue. And then Mo is really gassed out.
Yeah, sometimes a boat is just a boat, and that's what it is looking like here. You get the Chum the Waters from Mo, though.
A little bit of fight left in him, but ultimately, I think there is so little pressure being put on Majin Bay that Piltover Telstones can just be a progress day.
Yeah, and that is definitely scary for Mo if that ends up coming down. I will say the Prize Fight is a very strong card with the Chum the Waters and the Shark in general, as you can sort of line that up, get the value off of Overwhelm, and it won't actually kill the 5/2 here. So you can get that extra Overwhelm damage through if you need.
Oh, it is going to be Aftershock, playing it a little safe here. This is sort of the last turn where it feels like Majin is at risk of taking a large amount of damage.
Right. love the brash animation, just the hand coming through.
I don't understand a lot about the mechanics of this thing, but from my understanding, this is a boat, and the fact that it has like a knuckle as its symbol is throwing me for a bit of a loop here.
Well, you know, there's people on the boat, theoretically, so they have knuckles usually.
Usually.
Well, with pirates, you never know.
That's true. Could just be all hooks.
True.
And that's what we want to see, right? We want to see right hooks.
Yep, we sure do.
I'm actually zooming in on this ship right now. I don't see any people, but they could be anywhere. This thing's like harbored. It's fine. It's chilling. Actually, this might even be a crab for all I can tell. Those steam stacks kind of look like eyes. But Majin still has the Hex Obliterator either way to make sure that he takes no damage from it this turn, and then Mo stuck on a couple of damage removal spells, but not even enough to take out Jack.
Yeah, this is looking very bad for Mo here. It's like, okay, we got the Seraphine down, sure. You have no board. You've got no hand. Majin's hand is absolutely stacked with draw spells and threats. Just nightmare scenario for Mo right now.
Absolutely, and Majin gonna throw down the Jack rather than the mischievous Mirai.
Yeah, definitely want to start getting the coins going. Also, you know, you generally want to combo up the Mischievous Mirai with something that you're able to actually get value off of immediately from the keg. Majin not wanting to attack there, just taking a pass, not taking the attack with Jack.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any chance Majin forgot about Brash, given that it is a new mechanic.
Right. Especially considering that there's a second Jack in Majin's hand. It feels like that was a pretty safe attack in general, but...
I was going to say, especially because he admitted to being sleepy right before he got on camera, so... Could still be waking up. And apparently waking up Majin is enough to handle Mo here in game number 1.
It's not quite over yet, but it is feeling pretty close to it. There's Jack. Amazing level up animation.
It's so cool. And 2 kegs online thanks to the Mirai.
Yep. An attack coming through, and that's really, it's really all Mo can do is just hope to chip away at some of this board and maybe get something good off of the portals, draw some cards.
Now with a Mystic Shot, Majin thinking about the Mystic Shot, it does give Mo a chance to throw out the prize fight and, you know, sort of take advantage of the dying unit. Majin gonna pull it all back, play a little bit more reserved.
It seems like, you know, Majin tends to want to play more conservatively, which I think in a position like this, you're not, like, winning from a position like this is pretty self-evident. You can kind of just play cards, but you want to make sure that you don't lose because you're so far ahead here. The thought is, like, you can win very easily, but you want to make sure that Mo doesn't have, like, the series of needles threaded that end up in you losing from this very commanding position. So playing conservatively makes sense here.
Now, Seraphine's life is in danger. Majin certainly doesn't need this champion to survive, and it's still going to survive a rotation here, as, of course, Prize Fight cannot kill units, can only put them down to 1 HP. And I gotta say, with the double Mirai, this feels pretty sealed. Majin, we even saw it last turn, not caring about the kegs, understanding that there's going to be plenty of more of those coming. I don't have to choke every ounce of value out of these things. I've got a ship full of them if I need.
You do, in fact, have a whole ship ton of them, and with the Make It Rain, it's going to be raining quite a bit with all those kegs.
And I don't believe the Make It Rain has been played yet, so I do think Seraphine will double this.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's more kegs than I've ever seen in a real game of Legends of Runeterra.
I think the only time I've ever seen more kegs was when Saucy Mailman was playing the Immortal Kegs deck back when it was burst speed and you'd just make an undestroyable keg.
everybody looks back at that time so fondly, and I go back and watch like my own videos from the time, and it's just me freaking out about the fact that this card is burst speed and being like, look, man, these Bannerman decks, there's like 16 of them. There's like 9 of them in top 16. 7 of those are running this card. Like, this shouldn't be burst speed.
Yeah.
I've been a stick in the mud from day one.
Oh, yeah. The people remembering that fondly, I think probably didn't play back then, because I don't remember anyone remembering that card fondly.
Here we go. 10 kegs. Majin gonna have to take advantage of these, if for no other reason than because of how cool it will look.
It will look cool, but also Mo's Make It Rain can snipe the kegs, potentially.
He's got a chance. Majin does have 2 damage spells in hand, though, so we'll be able to take advantage of them no matter what. I really wish there was a special animation once you get to a certain amount of kegs.
Right. Did he? Oh,
okay,
he
hits the kegs. Gonna force the Mystic Shot.
All right. Okay.
2 mana, 14 damage, 17 damage, 16 damage to Nexus. Yeah.
Oh,
that's fair.
It's just lethal. Sure.
Yeah.
Wow, that is certainly a stylish way to end it as Majin Bay taking down game number 1 for Team Set.
What is scary to me is that Majin Bay is coming in with some powerful looking decks, doing powerful looking things, and still farming YouTube content.
Yeah, that is certainly... That's a lot of kegs.
That's a thumbnail. That's a thumbnail right there. I defeated Seasonal Champion with 15 kegs.
16 damage with 1 card. 16 damage Mystic Shot. Yeah, I defeated Seasonal Champion with 14 kegs. Yeah, technically true. Technically true. And it's technically true that we're getting into game number 2 here. And another no Samira ban. From either player. Both players are running Samira.
Is this a gentleman's agreement, or is Samira just the scariest thing that you're going to play against, not the scariest thing that you're going to ban? Because, you know, there are conversations about banning signature decks. Majin's other deck is Karma Set. I really don't want to play against, you know, please buff Karma's Karma deck if I don't have to.
Very true. I also wonder if, like, from Majin's perspective, I understand it because we're playing the Caustic Rift decks. Right, so you at least have a shot into the Samira and potentially can farm it, but I'm wondering if Mo's just confident enough to navigate around it. Obviously, it feels that way.
I could see Mo looking at Majin's lineup and saying he wants to take the mirror. I'm very confident in the mirror. Maybe that's something Mo has been practicing specifically for this event.
Right. The problem is that Mo's going to have to beat the deck twice. Wants to win this match.
That is a tall order, especially remembering that, you know, while these are both seasonal champions, Majin did win the TF Fizz seasonal, which is the comparison we have often been drawing to this deck. So this is Majin's wheelhouse.
Yeah, you've got a lot of similarities here.
So far, though, Mo's got the life advantage.
Yeah, the life advantage is certainly a factor, but like I mentioned before, if you have, well, in this matchup, you kind of need more than one because there's so many warning shots and different burst speed deal 1 damage cards like Flare. Woo!
It's like Mo's going for the level up here, trying to get a little bit of extra health onto the Samira.
Wow. Yeah, you can level up and just give her +2/+2. So strong.
If Majin can do the same in response.
It's certainly possible, and the beauty is that, you know, with the being the attacker is certainly advantaged here on Samira, is you'll be able to kill your opponent's Samira without even taking any damage. It's not even a it's a very unfair trade.
And we run into this a lot in Legends of Runeterra whenever you have a prominent champion that has quick attack and either also has Challenger or has a very easy way to obtain Challenger.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me a lot of Lee Sin mirrors, except you know, Barrier made that quite a bit murkier.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for Majin, there is yet another buff spell here.
And just lets it go, though.
Lets it happen. Oh, okay, because that's another Samira, sure.
Yeah, no reason to fight over it. Let that one live at 1 HP when there are so many things, like this pirouette in hand that could just finish it off.
Right. Or just, you know, having another buff spell and you just have cashed in both of your Samir.
Yeah.
But notably, Majin did not level up his Samira. There's the Stylish Shot. Stylish Shot is one of my favorite cards in the new set just because I think it's so cool, but it's just so powerful. I think people are going to be perturbed by the Stylish Shot in a few weeks. It's certainly a very, very, very strong card.
You'll be hearing from Reddit.
Yeah, yes. But I am publicly saying that I really enjoy. I like the flavor of the card. It's like you can play it as sort of a value engine of like, okay, I'm going to do 1 damage, I'm going to get it back, I'm going to do it over, you know, I'm going to do this multiple times and, you know, potentially get a decimate plus worth of value, but just so cheap and easy to use. The pirouette coming out though from Majin, gonna stop the Samira from attacking, kill one of the purple fish. Let's go down to 9.
Here comes the Inferno. This is the card that I've heard probably the most about in this deck. People really talking about, oh yeah, you know, it's just elusive aggro again. The last thing not like this deck needed was just more elusives.
Right.
I gotta say though,
I'm for the rally here. Has to be. Yeah, there's the rally. Gonna be 4 more damage. Getting a Stylish Shot back. We've got a Stylish Shot back. We've got the Parlay. And then we've got the Flare. Woo! That should be it. Well, once Mo gets priority back,
yeah,
it is visible lethal. Unless Majin can get 19 burst.
That's a tall order.
It is a tall order with Ezreal rotated. But that's going to be it. Mo going to even up the score here. Wins the mirror. Ties it up 1-1 here in the Glory Navori round number 2.
And that's what we like to see. We were pretty sure that Mo was confident in the mirror match. Yeah. Does come out on top of it in a rather disparaging life total fashion as well. 18-0. That's as big as a gap as you could possibly hope for, considering I think Majin dealt 2 direct damage with spells.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think any units ended up hitting in that matchup. So we'll have to see what the final deck here is. Oh, no, we do know.
Back to the Nor-Anar.
Yeah, we're back to the Nor-Anar, which feels decent into this deck, as you do have, you know, the cards like Pie Toss and Drop the Bomb. A lot of these cheap removal spells, they're going to try to stop the bleeding from occurring early on in the game and maybe deal with the Samiras and the cheap elusives.
I imagine that Mo came to this looking to play against the Samira Fizz and brought a lineup that at least he feels confident can do well into it and even target out the deck.
Right.
Which, I gotta say, I mean, loading up your deck with 1-mana pings does not seem as efficient as just playing a Caustic Rift deck, but that's just the difference in style between these two competitors.
Yeah, definitely a concerted difference in style, but I think they do achieve the same sort of outcome here as having at least a game against the Samira Fizz decks here. Majin playing it a bit more conservatively, knows the deck list, of course, that Mo has brought, so doesn't want to throw out the Fizz and all these 1 health units just out for no reason. Needs to have some backup for it. It's like is going to open up with the Father Fury.
A little bit of a lull in the action here. I gotta say, these coral creatures, in theory, so good, right? You get this nice little blocker, you attune, you get a random 1-mana spell, everybody's having a good time, but then you just see Majin stacking up elusive after elusive, and all of a sudden this coral creature is just looking more and more pitiful.
Yeah. The Coral Creatures does. It's basically just, I mean, in some matchups it's quite good. If you're playing against like a Jack deck, Coral Creatures can actually block Jack, which is pretty great. But in this matchup specifically, it's not really blocking all that much.
No, but I do like that point you bring up about how the new Brash mechanic is going to change how we evaluate cards, right? Previously, Fearsome was the metric that we would use, but Fearsome was kind of a spared keyword. We didn't see dedicated Fearsome decks that often. It wasn't even that often that a champion would sort of like randomly release with the Fearsome tag.
Right.
But now with Brash being a little bit more widespread, a little bit more at the forefront of everyone's minds, things like Coral Creatures do look a lot more appealing.
Yeah, not to mention the other value that they just generate in general for this deck. And oh, the Daring Poro! Wow, gonna stop the attack, gonna prevent the Fizz from attacking, and that is a stylish shot that was fired and no one was looking, so you don't get to you don't get the credit. No one cares about your stylish shot if you don't actually see it happen.
You know, I had really started to get down on Poro Cannon from about the last World Championship onward, and I was so happy that this card rotated, and I wasn't going to have to see these stupid little toggle Poros ever again. And here we are, day one, and they're already back. I can't keep these things away.
Now, okay. All right, we see the Samira come down here for Majin. This is really not the scenario you necessarily want to be in if you're Majin, where Mo's got a pretty solid board here. Yes, you do have the Inferna, but Mo's got a lot of resources.
Yeah, things are not looking great for Majin right now, especially if that Samira does go down. Then that's really all Majin has going for them right now, and there's really not a lot of ways to refuel unless this Inferna can start to take over the game. And calling out the Fizz, saying, hey, you're going to have to use some cards in your hand right now if you want this Fizz to live.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you know, obviously it was a, and then the Pie Toss comes through. Fizz going down. There's definitely a choice to put these heavy metals in the deck, I would imagine, for the Mirror and for other aggressive decks, but they do sort of dilute the power level overall of the deck as you're playing something a little bit more defensive in a deck that tends to want to just be hyper aggressive.
And I do want to shout out here real quick. Perilous Pastry is hands down one of the funniest card arts I've ever seen.
It absolutely
I don't know
is.
if you all got a good look at it, but it is just an anvil inside of a pie.
See, that's the kind of comedy that I'm here for. It's like comically large, like turn of the century boxing gloves with horseshoes in them and anvils inside of pies. That's me.
I've started to do it in real life where anytime my friends bring out dice, it's just like a normal sized dice, but I pick it up and I'm like, look at this comically large dice that you have brought for us today. Now, Majin, taking a look at the options, understanding that we're getting pretty close to the end of the game here, at least in terms of gassing out card advantage. Maybe we're going into top deck mode, and as long as that Gnar is alive, Mo very favored as we get into top deck wars.
Oh, yeah. This is pretty much exactly how Mo is drawing up this matchup of, I need to not die or be massively behind in the first couple of turns. I want to get my Gnar out, use my removal early to keep the board under control, not let Majin pop off. And then when we get to, you know, turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, I want to be at least at parity on board, have 15 plus health, and, you know, have the tempo. And that's exactly where Mo is.
Now Gnar's coming in for a big hit, but Mo actually does have a good amount of follow-up for the turn, right? Even if you just get down a Junk Construct, you've dealt with all of the elusive threats, at least coming out of Majin for the time being. So even if Samira does end up leveling, surviving, starting to rally, it's not as perilous as it could be.
Right. Majin.
Strong Swindle.
Yeah. Very strong Swindle. There's the leveled up Samira. I love the Sword Surf. It's such a cool thing.
It's so good. So good.
All right, Majin just looking for gas here. Just needs more cards.
And might even, you know, find a high roll off of the Portal Palooza. Mo gets an immediate unit, and it's okay. Yeah, I don't think
blocks.
we have a way to power it up to give it elusive, but I don't think Mo cares too much.
And if there is a way, it's certainly relevant in this matchup. That might not, but not relevant necessarily right now. Can't block the Fearsome, but can, I mean, it chump blocks Samira like the rest of them.
And it's just going to be a pass. Mo, with the Gnar sort of de-leveling here, this is where the vulnerabilities start to show for Mo. Never mind, because we get a Husk with regen to potentially protect our Nora. I was going to say the heavy metal lines up great. You use one to take out Nara, you use the other to take out Nora. Maybe Majin's found a way back into this game, but a regeneration Husk really throws a wrench in things.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But, I mean, what about just having a 7/6 regen King's Court? Like, that'll end the game pretty quickly, or at least be taking out quite a number of units. You know, allows Wallop to be a Wallop and Group Shot to be removal spells.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, King's Court coming down and creating a prize fight.
Yeah.
Prize fight with regeneration is quite a combo.
I was not thinking about that, but that is very true. Why wasn't I playing around the portal creating a Husk that creates regen to put on my King's Court? Of course.
Silly Blevins. This is the counterplay they tell you about in card game school.
I hate to admit it here, but I didn't actually attend card game school.
Blevins.
I know.
How did you get on this broadcast?
My degree is fake, and I'm now going to have to go back to a community college and get a real... Okay, I'm talking about a sitcom that I've been rewatching. But, anyways, back to the match here. We've got... I mean, Mo, you know, has a bevy of options here. We can have a regen Nora. We can have a regen Gnar. We can have the regen King's Court next turn. Looks like he's just going to go for the Gnar. Can't really go wrong. I think, you know, another one of my old catchphrases, there's no wrong way to eat this Reese's here for Mo.
And the Nora going to be the follow-up, and because Majin only has slow speed removal and down to 1 mana, Nora will at least not get... Oh, wow. Of course Majin Bay pulls the Ionia draw card.
Elusive.
Of course he does. He's got a PhD from Card Game College, and that's what it looks like.
That is, it's true. When you can really channel a card to be randomly generated, that's a buff to going to card game school.
Yeah, the question now, though, is with this sort of large amount of options that Mo currently has, with the ability to play double group shot to clear out a couple of blockers, are we ever looking at lethal?
It is possible, but we can... Doesn't seem likely, but I mean... The thing is that Mo doesn't need to be looking for lethal right now. That's the beauty, is that there's
just needs
really
to clear out the board.
Yeah. This is what Majin was doing last game. And like, okay, you could play a little more. You could play a little bit riskier. You could, you know, potentially get further ahead. But really, you just need to not lose. You're in a very good position. As I mentioned before, this is kind of exactly where Mo wants to be. We do just have 10 that is currently not blockable. We do see spells to pump here that can create blockers, but even if that's happening, it's not too bad for Mo.
No, and I gotta say, now that I'm sort of visualizing it, every time I see Brash, my brain sort of auto-translates it to Overwhelm, mostly because I feel like a 7-mana 7/5 should have Overwhelm.
No, you just gotta remember, the workers are inside of the boat. That's where the fist comes from.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, we're going to get some blockers here.
Yeah.
Just one blocker.
It's one blocker now. Mo kind of at the mercy here. The King's Court is going to go down. It's okay. We're taking out the Inferna. That is certainly the scariest thing on board for Majin here.
Once these elusives are dealt with, then things get a lot simpler for Mo.
Right.
and I don't think without a Samira, Majin can really leverage lethal with these, especially given that Nora is still here. Maybe she won't last until the end of the turn. There are a couple of heavy metals and a lot of mana left on the side of Majin.
Right. The Nora's still here, but there's also the Wallop on the side of Mo as sort of a failsafe. We do have the Pokey Stick for the 1 health units. Okay,
all right, so back to what I was trying to say 5 minutes ago. You throw a heavy metal at the Nora, you throw a heavy metal at the Gnar.
Yeah.
Smooth sailing.
Except there's also a second Gnar.
Yeah, tomato to potato. But champions wiped. The damage is done. 16 for Mr. Emotional, 9 for Majin Bay. Honestly, a pretty healthy life total for Majin, all things considered. But Mo's not really looking to take the easy way out of things here. Not looking to just completely sneak through the lethal. Mo is looking to take over the game.
I was just going to say, does Mo just try to get a portal off here to save the Nora? Doesn't end up happening. It looks like Nora was 1 away, so a portal off the top would have actually gotten there. Ooh, the Guile. Quite strong.
I don't think Mo has any portals left, actually. I think he already drew his 2 from the Portal Palooza.
Oh, very possible. Very possible. I just assume that there's always some number of portals in my opponent's deck if they're playing a Nora deck.
I mean, it's a reasonable thing to assume.
All right, group shot coming down. Yep. Just stem the bleeding now. I mean, as the dust sort of settled here, it's looking a lot closer, especially with this draw spell for Majin here. The Barb Chain going to be refilling the hand quite a bit, and obviously not able to do anything on this turn, but the next attack token could possibly be quite scary for Majin. He's going to have access to a lot of... He's going to be able to see a lot of cards here.
Yeah, Mo's really sort of started to gas out, at least on board. What we've still got established is not looking very threatening. I'm almost a little surprised to see the Gnar come down here, because it is going to level up at the end of the turn because damage was dealt.
Right.
I believe. Does Gnar have to see that happen? Am I just wrong about this card? No damage was dealt. What am I talking about?
You were wrong about something, but it might not have been how Gnar works. But this open attack is not threatening lethal, right? If you block 2, 3, 4 damage.
No, I think the most that Mo is putting out here is 4, and it's going to take probably a few more turns than Mo is really comfortable with to actually get us into that lethal range. But actually just choosing not to block the Gnar. Going to take 5 here.
Okay.
What can we swindle here? Onchologists flying from both players.
Okay.
Oh, is Mo looking for the cheeky burn lethal?
Okay. I like it. Pokey Stick going upstairs.
We're digging.
I like it.
More refuel for Mo.
More refuel for Mo. Okay. I was going to say, you just want the cards at this point, but also could represent like a really cheeky open attack potentially next turn.
I was also thinking you want to get it out of your hands so it doesn't get swindled, but then we find Portal Palooza, so...
Oh, boy.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Now, more access to cards for Majin as well. I mean, this is the opening, right? And the attack from Mo almost certainly going to be lethal if it gets to that point. Majin going to need to find a way to deal 12.
Either deal 12 or at least get the Gnar out of here. That is sort of the big pressure point at the moment. We did find a couple of elusives, though. We've got Fizz, we've got Shelly, a lot of mana to play with.
Okay, level up Fizz. Got the Fizz leveled up. We'll have the Shelly.
And Levins, the Fizz is so impactful here because it has a chance to stop the Make It Rain from Mo, even if it hits the Nexus.
Yep. All right, Mo pointing the Pokey Stick upstairs. King's Court doesn't really impact much here.
It's such a weird situation where Mo kind of wants Majin to get more things on board so that the Make It Rain has less chances to hit the Fizz, but still needs to hit the Nexus. And now we're taking out the Fleet Admiral Shelly.
Yeah, a boon was activated.
No chance at lethal for Majin this turn, I would assume.
The sad Bard coming out, not even able to... All those cards except for the Flare. Woo! Our focus speed, so not even able to get a proc off of Shelly.
We do have Quick Attack Challenger thanks to the sort of amount of randomly generated cards coming out here. We're going to push quite a bit more damage with the Fizz as well thanks to that Blade's Edge.
Oh, yeah. There was... I mean, this was going to be a very, very scary turn if that Fleet Admiral Shelly was around.
Firing out the Make It Rain.
Oh, but Mo knows that he doesn't have burst spells because he
missed the Nexus anyway, but the Gnar lives! The Gnar survives!
Oh, okay. So that was a win-win for Mo because it was either going to kill Majin or kill the unit that was killing the Gnar. Wow. Wow.
And I want to say that the story of this game is painted on the clock there. 25 seconds left for Mo, -3.5 minutes for Majin Bay. It's felt like he's been on the back foot this entire game.
Yep. It really has, which is certainly something to be said about this deck that Mo brought. I mean, really, you can tell just from the construction and how he's been playing it that Mo had the Samira Fizz deck in his sights for this event, and that's why he brought this to this tournament, and it looks like it is functioning as intended here, as Mo's open attack is gonna end it and get the reverse sweep here, taking down Majin 2-1.
And this is exactly what you wanted to see, right? Mo comes into the trash talk section, says, hey, I can do more than just play aggro, brings a couple of non-aggro decks, puts his money where his mouth is, and takes down Majin Bay.
Yeah, huge. I mean, we were technically correct that Team Set hadn't won any games, even though we said that without the being aware that they hadn't played yet.
I never said they played. I just said they hadn't won yet.
Yeah, and well, hey, if we're looking at this game, still haven't won yet. So Mo getting the dub here for Team Samira, and winning the games in that sort of high-powered Group A is definitely going to be, needed for your team to win this event, Boulevard.
Oh, absolutely. That is the one that everybody is looking towards. I imagine if you're not looking at the main broadcast, if you're like, yeah, I want to go check out some other games, you're heading over to Group A to see what the pinnacle of competition looks like with all these champions coming at one another. It looks like Mo is really starting to dominate that group. He's 2-0. 2-0 in the Group of Death.
Yeah, two and Mo, certainly where you want to be in this event. But, I mean, Mo, all jokes aside, which I know this event is not about no jokes, but Mo definitely is a high-caliber player, and we saw it there against another high-caliber player in Majin Bay. But let's take a look at how the rest of the event has shaped up as we saw these matches play out. Mo, as we said, 2-0 right now.
You know what I see here, buddy? I see Korea also 2-0 in the group. ADF Pegasus, shout out to you. Absolutely killing it.
Yeah, and we see Team Samira 5 wins. Jack
very in the lead.
Set is on the board, though. Set getting the 1 win there. Yeah, but Samira very far ahead here in this Glory in Navori Brawl. But Boulevard, we do still have 1 more round to play out. I'm not going to do the math, but I'm assuming nothing is locked in stone here. Nothing is set in stone, and we're going to definitely be playing out some more matches. And our next match, when we come back from break, is going to be Absolution versus Slay. That's going to be an absolute banger, Boulevard. We're not going to want to miss it, but it's going to be after a quick break here. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We've got more action here in the Glory in Navori Brawl. Welcome back to the Glory in Navori Brawl. I'm still Blevins. That is still Boulevard, and we are still here in the group stages, Boulevard, as we get into the final group stage round here.
That we are, and I gotta say, Team Set trailing a little bit behind. They need to pick up as many wins as they possibly can. All 4 team members need to win just to tie with where Team Samira certainly sits in the lead.
Yeah, well, this next match, we are going to see a member of Team Set. That is going to be Slay versus Absolution here, Boulevard.
Now, Absolution, one of the wilder characters in the Legends of Runeterra scene, constantly putting on this like Joker-esque performance, and I'm very excited to see him in an event like this.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see him in an event like this. I'm really excited to see some spotlight. I really, we watched all the pre-tournament promos, and I will say we both put Absolutions up there in our top tier of the promos, but we're going to be able to see what Absolution has to say about the tournament itself live as we've got him here. What's up, buddy?
What is going on to the amazing and talented casters, Blevins and Casanova? How are you guys doing today?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, is that oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Casa, do you want to hop in here? We can switch. We got him on the line. I can tag out if that's how we want to do it.
What's up? No, you're my favorite.
Yeah, don't talk to me, absolutely. You can look at Blevins for the rest of the
Casanova, myself. There's a long list, but you're on there.
I made the list. That's great for me, man. I love that for me.
We take that. Okay, well, let's keep the trash talk off of the casters. We should have protection here.
Oh.
We should have barrier from the trash talk. What about the rest of the field in the tournament? Absolution, how's your event going so far?
All right. My event is going fantastic. I'm the content king. All right. The best LOR content that's ever been made, I did it. I missed the old Mogwai. That was me. The first ever LOR game show. That was me. The first ever Legends of Runeterra in-person event hosted by me. But everyone out there said, who is this guy? When I was in the card. Okay. I'm looking at you, Twitch chat. I'm looking at you, Reddit. What are you guys doing? Okay. I'm the content king. All right. Y'all are sleeping. So I came here to wake y'all up. Listen, my first round opponent, I understand. It's a for fun event. For some people, for fun is bringing one of each of the new champions to really showcase them. And for others, it's sweating so hard it splashes on me through my screen. I get it, If you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. But just know that my team is going to win. At the end of the day, we're cooking. We're cooking. Game 1, I don't even count that, all right? That doesn't even matter.
I will let the record show that the tournament organizers do count game number 1, whether or not the players count it or not. But hey, I mean, we talked about it. Team Set a little bit behind. You've got a little bit of a buffer, but it's certainly not an insurmountable one. You do need to get some. You do need to make sure that you get some wins here for your team in order to secure that spot in the finals. How are you feeling going into this match?
So me and my team have been talking about what we're going to bring for the finals because we really want to make sure that we have a proper lineup into Team Samira's list of aggro decks, like really strong aggro decks. And then also whatever Mo brought. I don't know what he brought with him, but he's kind of on the bottom. Honestly, they might send me in against Mo because it's just free wins, right? So other than that, how am I feeling? I mean, we got the world champ. Okay, so honestly, we have the content king. True. We have the content queen, Meg Ferrari. We have the world champ. We have the short king, Jay Sensational. It's a lineup of kings. We're all crowned. We're all champs. So ultimately, we win, and no one else can beat us. That's just how it goes.
I mean, that's hard to argue with, and I think that your team overall probably had the strongest team promos cut beforehand, or at least definitely in the top tier there. So we definitely take our hats off to you for that, and we let you flex, and we'll let you go get ready for your match. Good luck to you, Absolution, as well as to Slay, who's not here.
Thanks.
But we're going to be jumping into the match shortly. Boulevard, this one's for all the marbles for finals.
That it is. I really thought you were going to call me Casanova there too, but we're taking a look at the decks, and Absolution has brought Set Viego, sort of a classic deck, or at least deck archetype, right? In the Ionia Viego, Syncopation is really the deck where it made its breakout performance, but there's a lot of new cards in here, Blev.
Yep. Yeah, there definitely are. It's like a spooky karma that can actually win the game within an hour. So I like the version. Viego and Hydrovines definitely speed that up for you. But let's take a look at the next deck here for Absolution. Okay,
let's take a look at the next deck here.
I will say that there is some interesting inclusions here. We see the Barnacles, which is not a card that we always see. That's about the only and
there's a Jagged Butcher
as well. Yeah.
And you know what that means? That makes it pirate aggro.
It is pirate aggro, but here we've got Jack and Kane here. You know, I was really hoping that we weren't going to be going through the whole event that is this sort of old school wrestling vibe and not have Kane, the big red machine, on the screen here, but we do get to see him here with Jack.
Yeah, and Barnacles is a really cool weapon, opening up the Bilgewater side of being able to play that. But moving on to Slay's deck, we've got Dragons. And I know, like, that ASOL skin is at the very end of a 74-page-long battle pass. We are light years away from getting to it, and I'm really hoping Slay speedran it somehow, and we can see that amazing skin highlighted here.
That would be amazing, but we may be seeing Dragons in our future here, but we'll certainly be seeing the Fizz Samira with the Infernas, with the Barb Chains, with...
All right, I just want to point out, there are only 6 Samira Fizz in this tournament, and we looked at 5 of the players that brought it, so, like, it's not as widespread as it may seem. We've just been highlighting those players, and then we've got another very tall deck, taller than Majin's deck list even.
Wow,
in
this
Set
is...
Karma Seraphine.
This is almost... Okay, I see now. Pursuit of Perfection. I was wondering, what are we doing here with all the one-ofs? There's your answer. Pursuit of Perfection. Seraphine Karma with the set, the 2-2-2 split. A lot of one-ofs. I like it.
Sometimes archetypes go away after you cast them for a while, and you're like, man, you know, actually it'd be kind of cool to see that again. I don't know that I'm ready for another back alley bar Seraphine Pursuit of Perfection deck, but it doesn't matter if I'm ready or not because Slay has brought it, and he's looking to slay Absolution here. Pick up some wins for Team Set, hopefully make a last-minute dash for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup, Team Jack versus Team Set, is certainly the most important matches that are in this event going to determine the finals, right? They are vying right now for second and third, and guess what? Third, not doing it. You need to be in the top 2. Team Samira did get a pretty big lead there, but I mean, if they don't win a single game here, we might be seeing some shifts. I'm not sure. I didn't do the math. I'm not gonna do the math, and I think Twitch chat, you should also not do the math and just enjoy the matches because I think it's going to be a lot more exciting. And what's even more exciting than me vamping with fake math is jumping into the first game here, Boulevard. Round number 3 of the Swiss rounds of the Glory and Navori Brawl.
All right, Oh, Boulevard. There's a fun event. Do you wanna come do this? Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna get Worlds flashbacks, right? No. Why would you get Worlds flashbacks? And then here we are, round 3. You throw me into Kane versus Seraphine. All right. I've seen this one before.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe don't love to see it, but we are seeing it nonetheless.
This is a very different version of each of these decks than I'm used to, though. And honestly, sure. I'm going to regret saying this, but I'm going to put it out here into the universe on broadcast. I will never get tired of seeing Jack decks.
Remember
that might
when
come
I
back
said
to bite
something
me?
like that? When I said,
I know what I'm doing, and I'm saying it anyway.
Many, many, many moons ago. We are seeing a pair of cultists come out for Absolution. Going to start maybe get a little bit of damage. Okay, and Seraphine's 1-4 and just completely gums up the board.
Yep. Absolution not taking that guff, though, goes in anyway, wants to push that little bit of damage.
Yep.
And even going to take out the Seraphine.
Yeah, Prize Fight going to do that. Man, Prize Fight is turning out to be a pretty... It seems like an innocuous card because it's like, oh, well, it's not single combat because it doesn't destroy the units. But a lot of times these decks are working or are able to finish that last bit, or you're able to, get yourself over the top with unit combat. It's quite good.
And we actually see a return of Blooming Cultist here in Absolution's list. This is something we haven't seen since the nerf where Attune was removed. But it does mean that once this cane comes down and equipment has happened, then nothing will change because the Blooming Cultist is getting taken out by a Mystic Shot right here, right now, to prevent a Bar Knuckles equip to turn that elusive on. But otherwise would have been the only way for Absolution to actually stop these elusives from coming in and racking up coins for Slay.
Yep. And yeah, the accountant is so nice, especially when your opponent does not have a bunch of elusives. Just start to build up that coin purse, really, get that value. And we've seen in these Karma sets and as well as Seraphine decks, you just get so much value off of being able to extend your turn with those large coin purses.
Absolutely, especially when you're running so many different one-ofs and you have cost reduction from the back alley bar. Suddenly, Seraphine's 5 mana is everybody else's 10 mana.
Right. Yeah. Very, very powerful. And we're seeing a block come out to stem the bleeding. A spell coming out in the Yasuo. Hey, wait a second. That emote is rotated.
We didn't get Slay in the trash talk section, so he brought it into the game with him with well-timed emotes from Slay.
Yeah, well-timed emotes. I will point out, if you didn't get to see it at the top of the show, the promo that Slay made was very good.
Yeah, we've actually got 2 of the best promos up against each other here, I would say.
Yeah. A couple of denies for Slay here.
I can't tell if it's looking good for Slay. Absolution's not really putting on a lot of pressure, but Slay doesn't currently have anything that he's sort of building towards. No back alley bar to throw down. Obviously, we're always ticking towards the pursuit of perfection, but at the moment, Slay's hand's just looking kind of awkward. Even Unworthy Soul in a matchup like this, not going to get you an insane amount of value, especially if, like we said, you're not really stalling towards anything in particular.
Yeah. Well, if you are stalling towards something in particular, you're going to have to wait because the deck is mostly one-of. So there's a good chance that something particular is a one-of.
Yeah, we're really just looking for any of our champions, the back alley bar. Set, I believe, is the only champion we haven't... They're the only new champion, rather, that we have not seen actually touch the board yet.
That is true. We haven't seen Set come out yet, but I will say, just from having played very, very... an innocuous champion. I made the sort of silly comparison to Vi, because 5 mana challenger unit, beefy. But once the set levels up, and especially mixed with Karma, like you get multiple of the set spells, that will end the game very quickly.
Oh, and we've got a spell shield onto the cane, but Slay has a couple of different ways to pop this. Gonna use a coin to do it.
Okay.
I wonder if this is just a necessary way to turn on the second half of the high note. No, it doesn't actually do it. A little shy.
All right. The Hexbliterator going to take out the cane.
A lot of dead cards in the hand of Slay, so to speak. I mean, obviously the Furious Wielder is one of the few targets that Slay will actually have for the deny, but I don't know that Nopify really has anything. I guess Prize Fight, and that's literally it. And Jack's Champion spell?
Sure. Yeah, not super great here, but I guess that's the risk you run when you're running a bunch of one-ofs, is like you have these niche cards that in some matchups are just gonna be bad.
Oh, silly me. I'm sitting here looking at Absolution's deck list. I'm looking at you know how the spells are ordered by their cost? I forgot that spells don't cost what they say they cost. So Heedless Resurrection, also a Nopify target.
Ah, true. True.
Of which there are 2 copies in Absolution's list, which is, I think, more than I've ever seen in a competitive environment in a single deck. But Slay found what they were stalling out for. The back alley bar is online. The cost reduction is starting to go off, and now still need to find a champion, though. Like, the win condition in Slay's deck is a little questionable because this isn't a dedicated Seraphine deck. There's only 2 copies in here. Slay is already down to half of their Seraphines, but I mean, Karma is a better replacement than that, right?
What are you talking about? The win condition is very defined. It's pursuit of perfection. What are you talking about?
Of course. The one of.
Yeah. Hey, you'll get there eventually.
That's true. And the second back alley bar is going to help make sure that you get there eventually.
Right.
I don't know about you, Bliv, but this looks like a pretty juicy Heedless Resurrection, but no, just gonna let it go through and take out the back alley barkeep. All right.
That's another, instance of the Karma set player, wanting to play relatively conservatively. We see the Eradication here going to take out, or going to threaten to take out most of the board, but able to pump set up to the point of surviving it.
Yeah, the Sudden Surge was not something I expected to see in this deck. I don't think we've ever really seen that card outside of the Zoe Teemo elusives. But it pays off here, and you dodge an Eradication from an Ionia PNZ deck. I'm sure that's what Absolution had in mind when he put the card in.
Yeah, and currently Absolution threatening 10 damage and Slay's at 12.
And it looks like now the Unworthy Soul is going to be forced, and the question is, do you reset the Cane or do you kill the Bar Knuckles? And we are going to kill the Bar Knuckles.
Okay.
Okay. Slay's got to get back on board. Luckily, there's no rallies coming out of Absolution. There's not a lot of reach. This Unforgiving Cold, not the most useful card in a scenario like this. I think Slay's got a pretty good time just throwing down the bar, taking another turn off, and seeing what they come up with, and that's not a bad hit.
Yeah, I mean, blockers are good at this point. There's not really a ton of... there's no overwhelm or any other sort of evasion here, so you can put out some chump blockers. Now you're still going to need potentially a couple more, but any sort of spells you're not worried about, as there's multiple ways to counter them in Slay's hand. It's just you need to not lose to something crazy here, because you are at such a precarious life total.
And for those of you wondering what that landmark is that Slay generated, I know it's a little hard to see. It is the Altar of Blood. Not a very commonly played landmark, but when you slay a unit, you reduce the cost of the next Darken unit you play by 1. So completely and utterly useless for Slay here, I believe.
Slay took the 4 damage.
Down to 3. And it's not like Absolution has no access to Overwhelm or Elusive, right? You can choose to go for the blue Cane. Jack is going to get Overwhelm on his level 2 side. Even if you go for red Cane, that's Overwhelm damage right there.
Yeah.
Blooming Cultist is 3 attack and is now Elusive because we've equipped a card.
Yeah, this is interesting here. I guess just thinking that they're only going to be able to block once anyway, so just block the second time.
This might be the Undoing Cold. Okay, no, gonna save that for the Pursuit of Perfection, I guess, which makes sense.
I mean, you do need to deal with that if it comes down, and it, theoretically can be anywhere.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you look at your opponent's life total, they're down to 3, and you're like, how scared am I of the Pursuit? Now, I haven't tracked how many different cards Slay has played this game. Absolution may have, may not have. Might not know how close they are. Might know that they're already on it. They could play it now, and I'd be dead next turn if I had used this freeze spell.
Right. It's the type of thing where you know it's possible, and that is a way that you lose.
It's set. He's here.
There he is. We got the set. Oh, I haven't seen the new the skin animation. So cool. So cool.
You know, I've still never seen the level up for the original Yasuo skin.
Interesting.
I told myself that I would see it in tournament for the first time. Floppy goes and wins a seasonal with Yasuo. Doesn't even play the skin, so I've still just never seen it.
I'm sure I've seen it. I've definitely seen the Zed one, which is awesome. But we are seeing leveled set, leveled Seraphine, and now Absolution. The tides have turned a bit here.
Yeah, not only are there 2 leveled champions, but there's still that draw 2 spell in hand, as well as 2 back alley bars in play. I think that this is the turning point here, but Absolution, of course, does still have the opportunity to just sneak through a little bit of damage, because Slay doesn't actually have a lot of action in hand. It's some draw
Right.
spells, some counter spells, the coin, a dead landmark. One Blooming Cultist could still swing the tides back in Absolution's favor.
Yeah, you do have the ability to stun 2 units and get some coins here, though, which is certainly going to be put a damper on any sort of cheeky, elusive kills that are potentially brewing on the side of Absolution.
No, I'm sure it'll be fine. Maybe they'll forget about it. Yeah.
We've gotten to the point in the karma control lists where you're probably not going to die, and you just have insurmountable card advantage, and well, it's insurmountable for a reason.
Yeah.
Will not be surmounted.
And the only way that Absolution has to sneak through damage after getting stunned would be with a Cane spell, which of course then is opened up to one of the 2 denies in Slay's hand. Finally see the place your bets fired off, and still no karma.
No karma, no pursuit of perfection, though I guess technically not even able to play the pursuit now would just throw the token away.
Not the best use of your mana that I've ever seen in my life, but,
I've probably seen and performed worse.
I haven't. So, now that Slay's hand is full, we gotta get a little bit of action. They do only have 9 cards. They can choose to pass here. They don't necessarily have to do anything.
Right.
And I think they're looking at that
only have
coin.
9 cards.
Yeah, only 9 cards. Looking at that coin, maybe wondering, can I do anything here? But we're gonna get the augmented Lockling. Didn't get to see the predict because it happened too fast, but we get the draw.
Oh, let me get the showstopper.
Slay, you have 9, 10 cards in hand. Why'd you grab Stuttering Song Spinner? What are you doing with that?
Because what do you want when you have a bunch of cards in hand? Well, the Majin Bay school of card games, it says more cards.
Oh, we thought we slipped through the Furious Wielder. You're looking at the 1 mana. Okay, they can't possibly deny it, but there is a coin that is going to put them back to quite a large amount of mana. The deny slips through, the Furious Wielder's negated, and there goes Pain.
Yep. Yeah, this is really where set gets scary. It's like not only are you able to essentially challenge anything for free, but also if you just play the game, you get a free spell that says obliterate a unit. And that's pretty good as it turns out, and it's good enough for Slay to take down game number 1 here.
Absolutely, kind of stuck at the end there, no weapons left. Slay did a very good job of managing the weapons of Absolution, taking them out with the Unworthy Soul, the obliterations, all these different kinds of things. The counterplay is evident, and it's a reason that we don't see as much Darkin as we used to.
Yeah, there's certainly, the meta has certainly shifted away from that, but I think it definitely has its place for sure. I think it's definitely one of those very powerful strategies that can certainly rear its head at a later point, but it won't be here, at least not for that game, as Absolution is swapping on over to the Viego deck here for game number 2.
I'm a big fan of Ionia Viego.
Wait.
This is something that, what am I waiting for?
Is
he
that
does have
actually the Aurelion Soul skin?
Oh, you know
Wow.
what it is? You know what it is?
What's that?
I'm pretty sure this is an internal client, so just everything is unlocked. Because a couple of these
That
players are
might
not
be
from the
true.
Americas, and we don't have cross shards.
Oh, gotcha.
But I mean, either way, I'm very excited. This is a beautiful skin.
Yeah. It absolutely is, and we see, looks like the regions are swapped on the camera, but as you can see, Absolution is running the Ionia Shadow Isles, and of course Slay is running that Dragon's deck. So this is interesting, because I feel like Dragons is like the epitome of mid-range deck, and it does obviously, of course, with Aurelion Soul have that over the top, but it feels like I'm playing big units in the mid game and I'm gonna beat you down, and it feels like the Shadow Isles Ionia deck really wants to gobble that up.
Yeah, the Dragon decks have... The biggest criticism has always kind of been how all-in they kind of feel on Shyvana taking over the game. And granted, if Shyvana comes down and gets to stick, she will take over the game. But the only protection Slay has against the Vengeance that we see in Absolution's hand is one copy of Bastion.
Yeah.
And boom, they're immediately fired off, not playing any games, not waiting for any attacks or spells to be thrown out by Slay. Absolution just immediately taking out that Shyvana. But now the upcycled Rake gets to be put elsewhere. Not that it really matters. I don't think either of these units does much with a scout attack.
You get to do the scout attack, but
That
it
you
might
do.
as well not.
At the end of the event, when we're counting up who took the most combat phases, that'll be an extra point for Slay in that column.
True.
Try and get the bonus star.
Don't get me started on that game you're alluding to. I absolutely despise it. But we're not seeing the upcycled rake happen. We're not even seeing an attack happen, as those attacks did not look super great for Slay. Slay definitely wants units on board. Absolution, I think, is fine pairing off and trading pretty much at any point in the game.
And this is where we really start to see the downfall of the Dragon deck. Now that the Shyvana has been dealt with, the litany of strike spells that you've loaded up your deck with are not as effective against something like this Viego, and you really start to struggle to take out larger units, especially without Concerted Strike.
Yep. Absolution wanting to cash in the card here. Not being given it, though. Slay says, I could kill this for free. I'm not gonna. I'll just take 2.
Man, Absolution is really set up for a phenomenal eradication here.
Yeah, really. Now, Slay does have the ability to potentially pump up some units out of the eradication range, but you know that's still costing, and it's still going to get a lot of value.
We get a pass on the turn 7s here. Absolution more favored as we get into the late game currently as it stands on board, because you do have that Viego. But if that Asol comes down, it can pose a real problem very quickly, as Absolution has nothing currently in hand to deal with that.
Right. Yeah. The mid range, the Dragon's deck is very mid range, but it also does have a decent amount of top end. The Asol can sort of get you through to the end of the game from almost any point, just because of the spells it generates, and then all the invoking that you're doing. And if Asol levels up, well, that's a game ender on its own.
Absolutely. And Absolution keeps trying to bait something out of Slay, who is very unwilling to give over any progression towards this Viego level up, which is currently Absolution's only hope of dealing with this Asol. But Viego's still at 0 out of 20.
Wow. There's the Aurelian Soul.
The Great Beyond, the Destroyer, Supernova. A little risky in a matchup where Denies and Syncopations run a bunch. But Slay doesn't care. Says, I think I'm going to get to level this Aurelian Soul. And so if you have to trade Denies for my free spell, by all means.
Right. Yeah, looks like the Eradication is coming down, and it's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade in terms of board here.
Yeah, Absolution will also get the soul from Viego as well as the draw from his Sentry.
True. Certainly not as one-sided of an eradication as you'd like, though.
Yeah, although this is a necessary move on the side of Absolution to deny the Aurelian Soul level up.
Yep.
Because we can pretend, oh, this champion leveling up ends the game. This is where leveling up Aurelian Soul ends the game.
Yeah, it really, really kind of does.
Ooh, okay. I was going to say, Absolution in a rough spot, Asol poised to level, but top decking the Viego gives us an out if we're willing to take 7 to the dome or 5 to the dome, however we want to play this one.
Passing. Aurelian Soul leveling up. There he is. Beautiful.
Runeterra, let's rock.
Yep. Oh boy.
Oh, this is where things get rough, is a way to put it. It's going to be a little bit tough for Absolution to come back from this one.
Yes, I agree with that. A leveled up, fully healthy Aurelion Soul still has the spell shield. We have a 0 cost 9 mana spell in hand that's just going to be able to just destroy.
What's happened here is Viego is a young up-and-comer, and he says, hey, I think I'm ready for a title fight. And the general manager of Legends of Runeterra said, okay, and then here comes a guy with more belts than he can fit on his body. And you're like, yeah, go ahead, fight that guy. You want a championship so bad? Take 15 if you can.
Yeah. I think the Supernova, all right, is going to get the deny, which is like, oh, man, denying a Supernova, that's great. Oh, that was a 0 cost Supernova.
You look up, your opponent still has 12 mana, and you're like, wait a minute, I just denied a suit. What are you talking about? We still have the Sky's Descend as a potential option for Slay.
There's still a second ASOL, which can wipe the whole board. Oh,
Deny
no.
mana is still available for Absolution, though, thanks to the coins.
True. That would be a pretty big tempo swing, being able to deny the actually expensive Aurelion Soul Sky's Descent.
I'm staring at this upcycled rake. Oh, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get the Sky's Descend.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Coin, deny, but it doesn't leave Absolution with much after the fact, and Slay still having this upcycled rake is terrifying.
Still has the upcycled rake. Absolution not even able to start another coin purse because they rolled the Trickster off of Aurelion Soul. So there's just a blocker.
I was like, oh, how fortunate that Slay rolled an elusive, but then I remember there are much scarier elusives that Slay could have rolled.
Oh yeah. But it does the job here.
Yep. And Viego gonna get taken out anyway.
Yeah. Because remember, this is a Dragons deck, not a Targon control deck. We just happen to be playing the Aurelion Soul.
Aurelion Soul is a dragon, folks. That's where the synergy and the overlap comes in. This is your big, scary top end. In fact, some of the later stage Celestials are also dragons.
True. Very true.
Which, I'm not going to lie, I always thought was a little weird just to see the line of text, this card is a dragon, on things like the Great Beyond, but honestly, I think it's really cool that some cards have 2 typings.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. And trying to fit Dragon and Celestial next to each other in that little space on the top, well, it would be pretty hard to read.
Yeah. So, does Absolution die this turn, or do we gotta wait a little bit?
Well, we can hush the elusive, though that doesn't really matter. We can go block. Oh no, we're pulling.
We could throw down Harazi.
Wait, did Slay hear you? If you're wondering, we are on a delay, so that was a joke, not a accusation. Chat, before you go crazy.
It would have been wild if, like, that was the... I, like, pushed a button that lets the players hear me for the first time because they gave me that for some reason. No accusation about the play where I lined up Majin's next few seconds perfectly, but for this one, they're like, oh, yeah, Boulevard's out there giving information.
Yeah. Well, wait, that guy was a world champion. We can't have him talking to the players. All right,
instead of Harazi just going to equip the weapon, which, you know, good enough. Looks like we're trying to bait Absolution into trying to trade the Viego for the ASOL, hit him with the Hush, go back down to a 5/4, and ASOL lives.
I think this might be the playing with your food portion of the game.
Yeah. And a syncopation instead. Not even
that doesn't. Oh, okay. With the challenger, that does work. Okay.
Wants to get away from the Hush. I didn't know that Twisted Fate emote existed.
Oh yeah. All right. This is going to be 14 damage coming through.
And Viego's trucking along. Go get him, little guy.
It is rare that you see a 9/5 Viego as the little guy, but here we are.
Yeah. And that ASOL looks so incredibly intimidating.
Yeah.
And now we'll throw on the upcycled rake. We didn't want to get 2 elusive attacks in. That would have been cheating.
Yeah, that's true.
Traveler. So another pick of the litter here of 3 Celestials for Slay. And Team Set really looking to start that comeback.
Yeah. They are certainly looking to do that. I mean, this is how you need to do it, right? Obviously, they need every win that they can get, and getting one on camera certainly could be a bolster for the rest of the team.
This is how you win. This is how you mount a comeback, folks. You start winning games, all right?
Yes.
It's really simple once you start doing that.
Yeah, it is very easy. It's just win games, just buy stocks that go up. Oh, this is not financial advice. But here we are. Looks like Slay looking to just end it in the next turn cycle. Clear off the board, set up an open attack, and be good to go.
Yeah, able to take out some units with Viego on board, and still, even with 10 power pumped into the Viego level up this turn, that second arrow still not even beginning to glow. So far away from this level up.
So far, yeah. Little guy, he'll get there someday.
Just keep believing in yourself, Viego.
Yeah. All right.
Draw a card.
Eradication. Gonna draw you a card. Gonna
the best
kill
play
an
available.
elusive. There is the Shen GG emote coming out. Tag out, I don't think is going to be enough to stop this open attack here. And it looks like Slay is going to slay here. Oh, second tag out, though.
Yeah, I mean, so Slay... Yeah, definitely going to take out Absolution. Tag out a card that recalls a unit. Unfortunately, Absolution not able to tag out of this one. Going to have to take his licks and going to fall here 2-0.
Hilariously, though, you can double tag out the Aurelian Soul and you're still dead exactly, but it was closer than I was expecting. It was close to close, has been called here, but it is going to be 9 exactly coming through. Absolution throwing out the Shen, GG, and Slay. Gonna take this one down 2-0 here. Okay, and we hush the Viego.
Just to let him know you have it.
Yeah, just still had all these.
I gotta play out my cards, right?
Yeah. When we go back and look at who spent the most mana throughout the game, we need another point for Slay. Okay. And okay, another Slay. Yep. And there's okay. This is the trash talk that Slay was missing before, and now that's going to be game. Slay taking it down for Team Set. And Boulevard, I'm getting word that we're going directly into game number 3 here. Majin versus Aragorn here, tied 1-1. Seasonal champion versus world champion.
Yeah, and we've got an Aurelian Soul on board yet again, even though these are not players that are on the same team. There's not like one team that all brought dragons that we were hiding from you.
Yeah, this is another Team Jack versus Team Set match. So again, Majin must-win scenario here.
Tournament lives very much could still be on the line, and without seeing Majin's hand, it's hard to know what kind of position they're in, and this is not your typical dragon deck like we just saw from Aragorn. This is Set Aurelian Soul.
Right. Yeah, Set Aurelian Soul. Much more of the control side of things rather than the dragon package, but hey, Aurelian Soul's on the board. He still gets the job done regardless of what deck he's in.
Yeah, think of this as Set Karma, where you main deck a win condition. I know it's a wild concept. It's scary, and maybe that's Majin is scared right now. They're like, "What do you mean you can put win conditions in your Ionia Targon
You've got
deck?
a way to end this game?
You're not just gonna draw cards until I concede?"
Yeah, this is the meme of I win with Jack. Oh, I win with Aurelian Soul, and then there's Majin going, "Wait, you guys put win conditions in your deck?" We're just drawing cards, dealing damage, killing units. That's it.
Very unexpected to be able to just take out 5 kegs, no problem.
Yeah.
And then once that's done, pop a spell shield back onto the Ace Soul. Give it back to him.
Yeah. Majin happy to pass here. Aragorn. Yeah, you know what? Let's just develop some more. Let's get some more stuff. Why not?
Yeah, 1 more power on the board, and Aragorn threatens an Aurelian Soul level.
There's leveled Seraphine.
I was so late. You can tell I haven't leveled a lot of Seraphine. I did that so early.
Yep, there's the one extra power and an Aurelian Soul level. Who would win in a fight? A cosmic being of destruction or a pop singer?
You know, Aragorn was at the World Championship. I don't know if everyone's aware of that, but back then we did have a Seraphine versus Asol matchup, and who won may surprise you.
Not really.
That's fair.
If you've ever played Seraphine, you're really not that surprised by it.
That said, Aragorn does currently have quite a few 0-mana cards to play out. And not just 0-mana Celestials, but we've even got the mana refill with the 10-mana spell whose name I can't remember because it's been so long since I've seen it.
Don't look at me. I am the notoriously horrible with names of cards person.
You know, in the beginning I was good. Even in the middle I was good. But now that we're like, you know, on our 4th year, there's a lot of cards, okay? These ones aren't even in the game.
I just dug in from the beginning and said, I am awful at this.
Put your heels down, firmly plant your feet, like, don't make me learn card names.
No, it wasn't don't make me. It's I'm not going to. Take it or leave it. I do learn a lot of card names, though, as I play with the cards. But yes, I have not played Celestials in quite some time. But the Great Beyond, that one is hard to forget, especially when it's got 15 power staring you down.
There's still so much more to do on Aragorn's side of things. We can play out the Destroyer as well, throw out Involius Vox.
Would you imagine that there's like upwards of like 100 more power that Aragorn can play?
Aragorn's board at the end of this is going to look like what people go into co-op versus AI games to do, where you're just like, I want to see how much power I can put on the board. Oh, deal 100 damage to the enemy Nexus? I'm going to get that quest done in one game.
Yeah, I want to do that now.
I'm not here to screw around, okay?
Right. And oh, how about an accountant? Let's make sure we make me money! Hopefully we don't get struck for that impression of a cartoon crab, but
no, it wasn't good enough to get struck, so.
True, that's true.
Here we finally go in for the attack, and we've got a big elusive, a big overwhelm, a lot of spell shield, drum solo not doubled up, not meeting the Seraphine threshold.
Okay.
This is what I always hate about Seraphine players, is even when you go and try to kill them, they say, hold on a second, and they're like an RPG character. They reach into their bag of tricks and they start ruffling around like, where did I put all my cheese wheels? And then they start shoveling them into their mouth in front of you.
Yeah.
You're sitting there like,
I'm gonna pause game, potion.
Exactly how it feels to play against Seraphines. I finally know what an RPG villain feels like, and it looks like things have been locked in, which means Aragorn is going to be taking the win here. Majin Bay and Team Set going 0-2 in Group A.
Wow. Yeah, certainly. I mean, it was really a possibility at any point in time for anyone in that group to 2-0 or 0-2, but it's still a bit surprising when you see it, though, Boulevard.
Absolutely. I was going to say I didn't expect Majin to be the one, but I didn't really expect any of them to be the one, right? It feels weird to root against any of those players, and that's why we played the games out. See how it goes on the day, and at this point, Mo is the 1-2-0, Aragorn going 1-1, and Majin 0-2 there in the Group of Death.
Yeah, the Group of Death there certainly was that, and I mean, we luckily got to see a couple of matches from them. We got to see some others as well, but it's still up in the air, Boulevard. We're still not sure who's qualified, who's not. We'll definitely want to check in on that later on. But I mean, hey, those were the group stages, Boulevard. How did you? Well, I'm getting word. I'm not going to ask you this question because I don't want to talk to you, Boulevard. I want to talk to our special guest here. So let's bring him in, the executive producer for Legends of Runeterra, Dave Guskin. What's up, buddy?
Hello. Thanks for having me, friends.
Yeah, thanks for being here. How have you enjoyed the Glory and Navori Brawl so far?
It's been great. I've only been able to catch a few games, but they've been pretty intense. I'm especially loving all the all the ASOL stuff I worked on that set. Really exciting to see so many dragons all over the place. It's pretty awesome.
We're showcasing the new set, so let's take a look at some ASOL decks.
The new ASOL skin at the end of the battle pass is what we're showing off here today.
True. Very true. But we've got you here, Dave, for a specific reason. I know you've got some really cool things that you want to talk about, 3 specific overarching concepts that you want to talk about. So why don't you dive into, and we'll have a little bit of a back and forth. We'll ask you some questions, but why don't you start off and talk about some of those concepts?
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about everything that's going on with lore, but especially excited about some of the stuff coming up later this year. So kind of a little bit of a tease for some of those things. So the first one is you may have seen when we kind of rolled out the reward structures for the upcoming tournaments like the Runeterra Opens, that there's a mystery event that's like one of the prizes, an invitation to that. So I wanted to get a little bit more detail about that, not a ton more detail, but we're going to try out ways for a little bit more kind of ways for the community and the dev team to come together. So those invitations are for competitors to come and participate in kind of a special event where we can get the devs and the community talking. We're going to invite prominent members from the community as well, so like content creators, and we're looking to see if we can have it on the Riot campus. We'll see. I'll definitely keep folks posted about that. But we're expecting that to be around August of this year, and we'll see how it goes. And it's an experiment, potentially do more in the future, depending on how it goes.
And how many people are you expecting to have at an event like this, if it's going to be Runeterra Open winners as well as content creators? Are we talking 8, 16, 64?
Yeah, we're talking about 16 for this first one. We'll see how that goes. I'm trying to keep it manageable, but still open enough that people have a chance to get into it. So this time it'll be just the winners of the Glory Navori Runeterra Opens, and then in the future we'll see kind of how it goes and maybe expand it out depending on how it goes.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm curious what you can reveal about sort of the thought process going into what these sorts of community events look like moving forward, and what you envision those looking like for Legends of Runeterra moving forward.
Yeah, so an interesting thing here is it's like high-level competitors combined with content creators who may be a little bit more like, let's do some things for fun. And so we're looking for ways to make that still feel good. So one way is maybe use a little bit more kind of like wacky formats, a little bit more level the playing fields, potentially even do things with the structure of the event where like, the competitor is the boss, and then the content creators band together as a team to take them on. And also it's not just going to be like a tournament, it'll also be like a chance for almost like a summit for the devs and the players to talk together about various things coming up in lore's future, give feedback on some of the things that we've done. So that's kind of what we're looking into. Again, it's an experiment, so we'll see how it goes.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's all really exciting. Even just scratching the surface is very exciting for that. But
yeah.
Dave, I know you've got another little bit of the onion to peel back
the
here.
teases keep coming. Yeah, so the second thing I wanted to talk about was, I've talked before in some of the messaging around how lore's going, around wanting to experiment more. And so 2 experiments that we're planning on running this year, or like kind of sets of experiments, are firstly, we have a lot of excitement around the Path of Champions. So we have this new monthly challenge feature that just came out with Glory Navori, and we're looking to do a little bit more experimentation around kind of like deep, rewarding end game content with the Path of Champions, and just get players' feedback around that. How does this feel? Does it feel like properly rewarding? That sort of stuff. And then the second experiment group that we're going to be working on is a successor to the Expeditions game mode, kind of a limited format, a way to do things that are a little bit more scrappy, get some kind of bite-sized experience in PvP, where there's kind of high highs and low lows. So we're looking to run those experiments later this year. Probably first ones will come around or after September. And we'll use your feedback to help iterate on those experiences, and we'll keep you posted about how that's going as we do it.
Yeah, that is definitely something I'm very interested in. I mean, I like Path of Champions. It's a very good experience for me. Just I can jump in, I can play it for a little bit, I can go through some runs. That's great. But what I really like to sink my teeth into is the limited experience. So I'm curious if where the team is sort of looking to bring that, because limited can be a lot of different things. There's drafts, there's sealed, there's other things that other games have done. I'm curious where the inspiration and where you're looking to bring these first sort of limited experiences comes from.
Yeah, it's a great question. So our design team is pretty well played in this space of kind of strategy card games. So we're kind of drawing inspiration from a lot of different places. I think expeditions, there's a lot of good things about it and a lot of areas to improve. And so we're kind of looking at what was what went well with that. And then we're also kind of doing a lot of experiments on our own to kind of see what feels good. Obviously, there's a lot of things unique about Legend of Runeterra, like the champions and the mix and match regions, and so we're kind of experimenting with some of that stuff, and that's kind of where we're at today. It's still pretty early days, so don't have a lot to reveal about what that experience exactly looks like, but hopefully that answers your question.
Well, if you're looking for people to test out the new limited format,
I'll put you
you've
on
got
the
my
list.
number. But that is super exciting for me personally, and I'm sure I know for a fact there's a lot of other people that are excited about that. But I want to go into the third one, which I think for the community here in general, may be the most exciting one.
Yeah, no pressure. This is really exciting. This is really exciting for us, and hopefully for you too. For the first time ever, we're going to partner with the community to make a new Legends of Runeterra card. So we're calling this Community Card Kitchen. It's not going to be a champion, so not this first time, but the sky's the limit otherwise. And we're going to start with the first vote on April 11th. That'll be to kind of think about the region of this card. And it'll be an ongoing activity. So we're looking for the community to provide input into basically all aspects of this card, and we'll build it together, kind of dev team and community partnering together.
And with that happening so soon, where should we expect to find this? It's going to be on Reddit, Twitter, the main website, and client?
Yeah, great question. So we will have it on our website, on the playruneterra.com website. So we'll have articles there from our design team about the process, and then the voting itself will be a Google form embedded on that site. And then we'll share that link around on places like Reddit and Twitter and other social media sites. We actually talked a lot about, should we distribute the voting so that people can vote where they are, or should we kind of centralize it so you kind of know where you're supposed to go? And we kind of decided on the latter for this iteration of this activity.
Very cool, very cool. I'm curious here because we've seen, I've at least seen, many moons ago. Everyone knows I'm an old timer, hence the card being designed after me. But other games and other places have done sort of community-driven card design. So I'm curious, are we looking at something where the dev team is being very prescriptive and giving out, voting options for designing the card, or are folks going to actually be able to submit their own designs potentially for either a concept or a fully created card and have the devs sort of go from there?
Yeah, excellent question. We're looking for a mix of both. So, it's tricky. There's a lot of moving parts to a card in a card game. And so we wanted that we're kind of providing options that we think are reasonable, that will end up being something we can print as a card. And so some of them will be curated options from our design team. And then we're also looking to, for example, for lines of card text, open it up and say like, hey, community, like provide your best ideas to us. We'll probably get thousands of ideas, I would hope. And then our team will go in and kind of, comb through them and find the ones that we think are gems. And then we'll, present votes, and we'll do play tests based on those ideas from the community. So a mixture of both.
I do have one follow-up question on that, actually. Maybe it's too soon to say, but if this is going to be starting in April, when should we expect that card to be released?
Yeah, good question. Right now, we're not tagging it for a specific release because we don't know. A lot of times this kind of process is very collaborative, and we might find out, okay, we gave you an option for a card and it's totally busted. Got to go back to the drawing board a little bit after we play tested it. And so we want to leave it open to let it breathe and take as long as it needs to make the best card we can together. So we don't have a target release. Based on the way our set timelines go, I would expect it's not going to come out this year. But we'll kind of update in the process. Okay, it looks like now we know enough about it that we can say it'll deliver probably around this time, and we'll keep the community updated about that.
Oh, you can't reveal that it's going to be in the set, and it's going to be champion spell. I mean, come on, we can't reveal that yet.
No,
sorry, that was the auto mod. That was the auto mod.
guys are gonna get me in trouble here. Jeez.
No, I'm preventing you from getting in trouble.
So talking about this set though, Glory and Navori, Dave, I did want to ask Jack, the winner, how do you guys pick which card is going to become a Runeterra specific champion? Because, you know, Nora was already sort of known in lore. Jack is a little bit more of a wild card.
Yeah, it's a great question. So there's a lot of things that go into, I like to call them lore originals, but yeah, Runeterra unique champions, and which ones we pick. So we have a lot of characters kind of from, you know, the last 3 years of expansions that are named characters, not champions. They could potentially be champions in the future. And it's really about, you know, does that character evolve in their story? You know, do they have like some special power that they, you know, reveal that could be kind of the basis of their champion mechanics? Do they have something mechanically that makes sense as like a transformation or a level up? And then of course, you know, is there something about them that we would want to explore kind of narratively or creatively that might lend them to being a good champion for our game? And then lastly, like, is this the appropriate time, right? Like Jack the Winner specifically, you know, I love that character. That's a deck that I worked on when I worked on that expansion. Is somebody that, you know, loves to fight, might be appropriate in a set with, you know, Set the champion and Samira. And so it's kind of like looking for opportunities to like, oh, is this character appropriate for this setting, along with all those other kind of mechanical and creative like reasons to make them into a champion. I'm not the perfect person to answer this question. I think our creative lead Megan would be, but that's the way that I think about it.
You're certainly the perfect person on this phone call to answer.
That's a great point.
We can say that. Question. Okay, so no, okay, I'm not gonna go and vamp on that. We've taken up enough of your time, Dave. Thank you so much for joining us on here, and we hope to talk to you again and learn a little bit more in the future.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
Awesome, thank you. All right, Boulevard. Well, you know, I wasn't expecting to get all that awesome information here in the Glory and Navori Brawl, but hey, we did. We got it. I'm glad.
Yeah. Anytime you say in-person event, my ears perk up. So when he was like, yeah, you know, we might do this at the Riot campus, I was like, And I don't have to win an event? You're inviting community members?
No. You do need to win an event.
Crap.
So you need to get working on that again, Boulevard. But we are going to jump to a quick break here before we go into our finals. Again, that's going to be the last team standing format here. We'll be revealing the finals and getting into them when we get back. But don't go anywhere. We've got those finals coming on the other side of this break here in the Glory and Navori Brawl. Welcome back to the Glory in Navori Brawl. I am still Blevins, that is still Boulevard, and we are still here casting this event. But Boulevard, we've now made it through the group stages, and we are headed into our finals.
That we are, Blevins, but I still don't know who's in the finals.
Me either.
You still don't know who's in the finals. We're hopefully going to find out very soon, because otherwise this would be a weird event if we just kind of, stuttered out like this.
Yeah, it would be really weird if it just ended right there, but here we go.
Oh!
There it is. Team Samira with 5, Team Jack with 4, and Team Set with 3, which means that Team Samira and Team Jack are going to be our finalists here, Boulevard.
Oh man, Royal Attack doing everything she could to carry Team Set, going 2-0 in her group, but it just wasn't enough.
Yep,
that means we've got... Team Samira's looking... We got Pegasus, we got Mo, both of them coming 2-0 out of their group.
Yeah.
On the side of Team Jack, though, can we get the Puffball Panda J Sensational run back, the revenge kill in Top Cut?
Well, hey, that's their choice, as they get to choose who actually gets put up. Because again, every one of these players is going to be in this finals, but they're going to have to survive to win. But we're going to actually get the chance to talk to 2 of these players here, one from each team. Let's take a listen.
I have a feeling I know who it is. Yeah, based on the teams, you couldn't have had it any other way. It's Mr. Emotional and Absolution.
What are you doing, man?
This is my Mo cosplay, a washed-up clown.
How many games did you even win today? Last I checked, you got carried, man.
Hey, yeah,
I just watched you go too.
Riot gives their strongest gamers their hardest battles, Mo.
Yeah, and the best gamers
I
just
took
too
all the
old
bad
of
luck for
What?
my team, okay? I took all the bad luck for my team. What did you do?
Yeah.
Nothing. You're dog water, dude. You can't even play Fortnite well. And no build, not even the build
water
one,
has
the
been
easy
called.
Wait a minute.
You're
I don't
free,
know.
Mo.
I just watched you go 0-2, man. I got more game wins than you have in the last 8 hours.
Hey, Mo, did you get that shirt at the dollar store?
No, Ryan gave it to me because they like me and I'm part of their partner program. You got your jacket because they felt bad for you, man. They're like, oh, we can't give them the right card back. We'll give them the jacket, I guess. I get invited to things.
Hey, Mo, I worked with Riot at 300 subs. What were you at, huh? 300 subs versus what? Nothing. Nothing. Because you're trash, bro.
I was probably up
You're so dog water, I bet your dog is licking your ankle right now.
What?
Where's Winston? He's a better trash talker than you. He can't even speak English. Bring Winston on.
Man. Why did my dog?
Hey, if you
My dog's
put
just
Winston,
chilling.
if you took Winston, turned him around and put him in frame, it'd still look like you.
If you in frame right now, you look like my sister, man. You're like she's putting on her night mask, the same hair and everything.
Yeah. I'm a beautiful woman. She's just a great person. I can't believe you talk bad about her like that.
Oh, I feel like
Mo's
Boulevard and I haven't said a word at all, and I'm fine with that.
I can't even. I'm not even gonna say that. This is a public broadcast, okay? But Mo, don't make me leak your DMs with Boulevard, okay? I said
okay,
Boulevard,
hold on.
Boulevard.
I'll give you how many subs do you want? Don't leak those. Dude, I don't know why you guys trying to keep a leak our subs. I don't know. The world is not ready to see mine and Boulevard's DMs. I don't know.
I've seen him. It's pretty crazy, chat.
On that note, I feel like we're only going to go down from there, so we'll end on a high note here as Team Samira versus Team Jack. We've got Mo and Absolution here. Good luck to both of you and your teams as we move into these finals here in the Glory in Navori Brawl. But we do. It's not those two that we're seeing here first, Boulevard. It's going to be Excelsior BH versus Aragorn here in the first game, Boulevard.
Yeah, and Aragorn, as we just saw, has that really interesting Aurelian Soul set deck, and as we just talked with Dave about, this event is here to show off Aurelian Soul, so I'm really glad that we're getting the run back on that one.
Yeah, Dave pulled the EP boss card and said, hey, so I designed that set, so let's see a lot of it. But we're not seeing it here as Aragorn bringing the Jack, Quinn, Jarvan. Looking at some good old scouts here.
Yeah, just a reminder on how the format works, everyone. Coming into the finals, the players had to pick one deck out of their lineup that does not have the same champion or region combination as a deck that one of their other players picked, which means this is the only Jack deck that this team is going to be allowed to play.
Yep, this is the Jack deck that they have chosen, and it's the one that they're going to have to stick with. I'm curious because I didn't really look at it at all. How much gymnastics the teams had to go to actually get a legal lineup, right? Because there's so much overlap with the lineups in general. But regardless, we are going to see the set Viego from Excelsior here, so we're not going to be seeing the any of these set Karma lists on this team here, Boulevard.
Yeah, which actually, when you talk about how many hoops do you have to jump through, this is the only set deck that Team Samira brought, so it makes a lot of sense that this is what they're going to go, especially because Excelsior's other decks were Nora Nar, which Mo is playing, and Samira Jack, and I really don't think you want to take your Samira off the table with that, so it seems like the players all had strategies coming into this prepared for the top cut, and Excelsior has left himself with a very strong deck coming in here as the first person up.
Yeah, and this is also, a bit revealing too, because we have no real historical precedence as to how what decks the teams are going to throw in first and what players are going to throw in first. We have on the one hand, we have the world champion Aragorn being the lead-off player here for Team Jack, but Excelsior, a very good player in their own right, but is not Mr. Emotional, the team's seasonal champion.
Yeah, and I do actually want to give a shout out to both of these teams here for one big reason, and that is Team Samira has 4 Samira decks, Team Jack 4 Jack decks.
Hey,
they understood the assignment. Team Set only had like 2 or 3 set decks. That's why they were eliminated. That's all it came down to.
Yep. This is the point where we revealed that the games didn't matter at all. We were just looking at number of decks of your teams here. No, that's not true. It's not true. Chat, calm down. That was a joke. Chat, don't. It was a little bit of a joke. But that's how it played out, Boulevard. Sometimes, playing well, being a great player, playing very tight works, but also sometimes just following the assignment, getting the flavor win is enough to actually get you to the finals.
Absolutely, and now we've got, it's all a fist fight from here. I cannot wait to jump into the action. Remember, these players are playing a best of 1 here.
Yes.
Loser is eliminated, winner stays in to take on the next competitor from the opposing team.
Yep, and here we go. Game number 1 of our finals here in the Glory in Navori Brawl.
All right, I had seen 2 set in Excelsior's pre-mulligan opening hand and then 2 jacks in Aragorn's, and I was like, here we go. Right off the bat, forgetting that this is Team Samira that Excelsior is on.
Are going to see the accountant here. Some coins started. Getting that initial coin feels like it, especially when it's for relatively for free here. A 1/2 elusive for 2 mana is not the worst rate in the world when you're not playing like an aggressive deck. Oh, especially when your opponent is playing the elusive blocker, the bigger beamer, as I like to call him.
I love that his name is just Blocking Badger Bear.
Yeah. Blocking Badger Bear is BB, which actually stands for Bigger Beamer. Ask Steve Rubin. I would imagine he would probably back that up. I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the Blocking Badger Bear is actually a really good tech into the matchup that Aragorn has found himself in. That one accountant is nice, but that's all you're gonna get out of Aragorn for free.
Yeah, and the first coin is essentially the down payment to hold the spot in your hand, but it's not actually generating anything, right? Like playing, unless you have a Karma or a Seraph, it would. But under normal circumstances, paying the first coin, you're going to get that coin back, and you've got a spell proc, which is great for some cards, but it's not generating you additional
in some
mana.
circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, Fleet Admiral Shelley doesn't care if the spell does anything; it just wants to see a spell.
Exactly. And I got to remind everyone that I don't think coins are in the card pool. Burblefish is never going to get you a coin. Stop looking for it. I don't think that's how that works.
But it will get you. It will get you plenty of other very good cards.
Yeah, I gotta say though, taking a look into the matchup here, looking at the actual head-to-head, this feels pretty Excelsior favored. Going for this Ionia control deck, Shadow Isle, up against a very mid-range, not very aggressive Demacia deck.
Right.
I'm just seeing a lot of units that die to Vengeance, a lot of things that do not deal with Viego, because the only spells in this list from Aragorn are single combat, fish fight, and then form up. So no really great way to deal with a Viego outside of sacrificing a unit and possibly as many as 3 or even 4 cards.
Right. we sort of seen this meta, this sort of contained early game specific tournament meta, or not early game, early in the set tournament specific meta sort of very much revolve around Samira and dealing with Samira decks. I mean, we did not see very many, if any, Samira bans on stream. I think we saw Samira in almost every match that we saw on stream. So the players came into this event wanting to deal with Samira. So a lot of the tech cards are meant for that, are meant for the Samira decks, not necessarily for these other decks that are either going taller or wider or just are more controlling, and also able to deal with the Samira deck. So it is interesting to see where the, quote unquote, other decks are lining up against each other.
Yeah, and I think you're right on that. I believe Absolution is the only one that actually banned the Samira Fizz. So, I mean, that's kind of going to be the main focal point of this finals match, right? Is which player are you putting on the Samira Fizz, and when are you sending them in? Because the players have each already locked in their decks. What is not locked in is the order.
True. Very true. All right, we're seeing the fish fight come out. The Angel looking to strike the Set. Set will strike back, but because Set was not attacking, his passive ability that prevents him from going to below 1 health does not activate.
Because the word attacking is like right on top of the word barrier, I always read that as blocking, and I was like, that's a really weird ability for Set to have, that he has to block to get barrier. Okay, whatever, man. Because we haven't gotten to see him touch down and do his thing just yet, so someday. I will say, though, this is a huge swing turn for Aragorn. Being able to get this Scout Challenger off. Generally, this is not how you see Jarvan III operate.
Right. You get Jarvans. No.
You know what's wild to me here, Blev? There's only 2 Jarvan IV in here. There's 3 Jarvan III.
Hey. Big Daddy coming through saying, no, this deck spot is for me, son.
Is this just lethal?
It sure looks like it can be.
Aragorn's got another attack coming in. The only thing Excelsior can do, because I believe there's only 1 coin in hand, and as we mentioned, that doesn't actually get you any mana back, is throw down a Sentry and Mark of the Isle something, and it looks like the Mark is going to come out here. Could kill Jarvan, could kill the Badger Bear. It's going to kill the Jarvan.
Sure. So we'll have
6.
We're gonna be taking 6, 10. So I think we're at 1, possibly. Oh wait,
these things do all have Challenger.
Okay. Oh, you're right.
So I think this is gonna be exact lethal.
Yeah, we're challenging with the Badger Bear, hitting for 11. Wow.
World champion Aragorn coming out, making quick work of Excelsior, able to get things online very quickly. And I gotta say, Angel, a vanilla card outside of having the keyword Brash. It has been a while since we've seen a card like that have such big impact.
Right. Well, I think Brash we even experienced it casting it for the first time. Like, it's a concept that we haven't quite internalized like we have with Fearsome, where it's like, okay, I need 3 health to block this, but you're not necessarily actively thinking about that at all times. And certainly, I would imagine we're not necessarily thinking about it when building the decks there for this event. I think, other things are on your mind, not necessarily the key word Brash, but that is going to be Aragorn taking down that first game here, Boulevard.
And that's the problem. Like you mentioned, we're all looking at Samira. How do I counter Samira? We forget to put Brash blockers in our deck, and that means we are going to have Excelsior eliminated. I really wanted to line that up. I half got it.
You got it. I love the graphic we have here, but now you can sort of see if you didn't quite understand the team finals here, now you can see it. Excelsior lost. You see that big red X over his face. He is now eliminated. And Team Samira is going to have to put up another player here to face off against Aragorn.
Yeah, we've got Puffball on the Jinx Echo, Pegasus on the Annie Caitlyn, and Mo on the Samira Fizz as their sort of go-tos. Who do you want to send in to take down Aragorn's Jack Jarvan Quinn?
Yeah, and this is interesting because we know what deck Aragorn is playing, so you can decide to you're not locked into who you put up against them, right? So you can put
you can
your
counterpick.
You can exactly. You can counterpick from a deck perspective. You can counterpick from a player perspective if you think that they've got a stronger matchup.
Yeah, who's stronger than the world champion?
Well, we're gonna.
Who
have
can
to
we
see
send in to beat that guy?
Right. But I mean, just looking at the decks here, we've got, of course, we've got that sort of pseudo mid-range scouts deck. If you're looking at Team Samira, what deck are you looking to put up against that, Boulevard?
The real question is, when are you sending in the Samira Fizz? Are you saving that as your absolute last bet, or do you look at Aragorn's Jack Jarvan Quinn, look at your deck spread, and say, we don't have anything great into this, it's time to send in Mo?
Yeah. I think the Samira Fizz is ironically might end up being a liability because of what we've just seen throughout this event. It was on everyone's radar. Everyone knew that they were going to have to face it at some point. It does not look like the thought process from lineup construction was to ban it. So they've had it on the radar and they've played into it all day, right? Both of these teams have won numbers of matches. So it's not like they're unfamiliar with it. Mo might be the weak spot here in terms of deck.
And Team Jack certainly seems to think so because Blevins, they haven't brought a Samira deck into the finals. They left it at home. They said, I don't care. We're not going to get too deep into Jack's lineup because, Aragorn might just sweep here. We'll talk about that later as it comes up, but I will reveal that Team Jack did not bring a Samira deck into the finals. So maybe you're right. Maybe Samira Fizz is the ladder titan, but it's a liability here in the finals.
Or did Team Jack just really want to lean into the flavor and said, not only are we Team Jack, we are team not Samira because you guys stink. You got your whole team stinks, and I don't even want to use your team champion.
Actually, I might have bad information here, Blevins. It looks like the information that we were fed is that there's 2 set decks on Team Jack, and that's not allowed. So we actually don't know all of Team Jack's lineups. They might have a Samira deck in there.
They very well
we do have our next matchup.
We do.
Sending in the heaviest hitter they have.
Yes.
Pegasus.
Pegasus versus Aragorn. So, hey, pulling no punches here on the side of Team Samira. Wanting to, you got to get through that first one. That first win, I would argue, is the most important one. Obviously, because if you don't get it, you lose. But also from just a, psychological standpoint, like getting over that hump of like, okay, we can do this. We are in this. This is absolutely. I would argue that this match here might be the most important match of the finals.
This one, or the second match where we decide, is it looking like we might have a clean sweep, or can you knock Aragorn off of the pedestal real quick?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at Pegasus' deck. That is the Annie Caitlyn. I was thinking, looking at the lineup, looking at just the deck lineup, that this might be the best deck to go into the scouts. A Lord Broadmane deck feels like it's okay, at least into the rally deck.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of low to the ground units on Aragorn's side. That's very much not a scout deck. So I thought that the Viego would have enough time to get off the ground. That didn't turn out to be the case. But they're going to run back a similar strategy. Can Pegasus build up things quick enough to start to take over the board? And here we're just going to take another look at Aragorn's deck.
Yeah.
The fish fight in the single combat does mean it's going to be kind of hard for the Annie and the Lord Broadmane even to stick around.
True. Yeah, it's really going to come down to, can Pegasus line up the Lord Broadmane to get some value immediately, and then maybe have some protection for it, or at least get some additional value if the single combat and fish fights come out. We'll have to see, but that I think is certainly the matchup breaker here, because that allows you to be slightly smaller on board, but still have the ability to use these mystic shots and these other sort of removal spells that wouldn't normally kill these giant units like Jarvan the Third, Jarvan the Fourth, all these, but now you can because of the Lord Broadmane.
And I gotta say, I am a little concerned for Pegasus. I think that the Viego deck from Excelsior did look a little bit better on paper into what Aragorn has brought. So even though we're going for a similar strategy, there was just more blockers coming out of the Viego list. So they were pretty light on followers and units overall. And something like Annie, I think, is not going to get a lot done in a matchup like this.
Yeah, she does not block very well, as it turns out, when she has no ability on block and she has 0 power.
Yeah, also not great into a Fleet Feather Tracker, which is shuffled away and brought right back into the hand of Aragorn.
Yep. Pair of barnacles, one for each hand.
I like to think that barnacles only come right-handed, and if you want to put one on the left, you just kind of got to deal with it.
I like it.
An aggressive opener from Aragorn, and we saw... I don't think this low-to-the-ground aggressive strategy is what's going to beat Pegasus. I think you do need to kind of curve out while Pegasus doesn't have answers. So opening hand-wise, things aren't looking bad for Pegasus. That said, this elk is about to become a bit of a problem when the barnacles attach.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the barnacles. It kind of turns everything into a threat, especially when that threat also gains tough from its ability. And we're going to start getting coins. We've got brash. Yeah, this one might
It's a pretty strong turn, too.
Yeah. I think that can be said about most barnacle turn 2 hands.
Man, with double fish fight available as well, it's actually going to be really difficult for Pegasus to start to develop a board, especially because the barnacles are going to strike before the weapon detaches, which means the coins are going to the hand of Aragorn. Caitlyn could just get dealt with right here.
Yep, and we don't even have the mana for double Mystic Shot, and also with Tough, the double Mystic Shot doesn't even work.
Nope. Although now you do have the opportunity to double Mystic Shot, but as mentioned, you don't have the mana for it. The Elk keeps the Tough, and it's going to be really difficult for Pegasus to actually get on board against this hand.
Yeah, and the barnacles...
Third fish fight, great.
Third fish fight is amazing. The barnacles generating the extra mana, or refilling, rather, the extra mana, allows Aragorn to turn what would normally be like okay, I'm solidly ahead here, but I'm not pushing super far ahead into, oh, I'm going to have a massive turn. I'm going to be able to kill a unit and develop, and potentially develop multiple units, and it can get out of hand really, really quick.
And in, keeping their foot on the gas, we get offered the upcycled Rake. Not going to take it over the Pot of Pain, though, getting a little bit more health on our units. And I got to say, this Broadmane deck is a bold choice from Pegasus, considering there's no Ravenous Flock.
True, that is a notable exclusion because of the standard rotation here. So that is, I still think that we're not necessarily feeling the full effects of rotation. I think there's a lot of things that are taken for granted, like something like Ravenous Flock, a card that's just been such an auto-include for so long, not being there can change the dynamic of some of these decks for sure.
All right, this is where I think things start to look better for Pegasus. This turn's going to be rough. It's going to be real rough. But once that Lord Broadmane comes down, it's something that isn't currently actually dying to a fish fight. And that continuous ability that it has is really going to be what Pegasus needs to take advantage of these flash bombs. Really just need to get that elk off the field. Get the Tough out of here.
Yeah.
It's eating the flash bombs. It's a problem.
It absolutely is a very big problem here, and a card that I'm sure Aragorn was very happy to see on turn 1, especially with the barnacles. All right, Pegasus just looking to get a couple of flash bombs into the deck before his peddler goes.
And this does mean that Aragorn has much more awkward attacks this turn. We do have a number of coins. I don't even know how many, but now they're going to be spent. 3 mana back means we can throw down our hired gun.
Yep, just get a free, or at least a relatively free kill here. Pull on the 2/3, or we can pull on the Tough.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you really want to risk the life of that Tough unit knowing that flash bombs are coming in? You're playing against a Caitlyn deck with 3 Piltover Peacemaker in the main.
Yeah, I like this choice a little bit better. Seems like Aragorn agrees.
And this, like I mentioned, is where things start to look a little bit more rough for Aragorn. There's nothing left in the hand. It's just barnacles and fish fights. We had our cool coin play. That was about as good as it was going to get.
Right.
And, Aragorn does have quite a lot of top end in the deck, though. There's still very good top decks that are coming.
Oh, yeah.
Hand for hand, if no one drew cards for the rest of the game, that's a Pegasus victory.
It sure is, but it's... we're going Pegasus, unless they want to use a Mystic Shot here, which is, I'm assuming, their consideration. They're going to be going down to 10. There is a lot of the supplemental value here. I mean, those barnacles are still going to be good. That fish fight is still going to be good. It's just wow. What is the best card that can be drawn? Probably Big Jarvan, and there he is.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with, there still being a fish fight, the fact that the mountain that Aragorn had to climb was dealing with the Lord Broadmane, which Jarvan will do with no problem. Granted, we are quite a few turns away from that actually happening, right? Because it's not going to be until turn 9 when Aragorn gets the attack token with Jarvan the Fourth in hand and mana available.
True. Very true. All right, just going to open up with a pirouette. Threaten to kill a unit, stun another.
No response.
Oh, the Broadmane works with stun units, right? Or am I misremembering?
I believe so.
So this will now threaten to kill. Yeah, this will threaten to kill the
elk.
The Elkin. Yeah. All right. Small victories here for Pegasus, but that's what you need at this point.
This is kind of what we expected this turn to look like, and now the barnacles are attached to Hired Gun, Pot of Pain back in hand, Jarvan the Third, a pretty telegraphed line coming down next turn, but Pegasus now has mana available, Broadmane in play, tough units are gone, so the flash bombs are going to be more effective. Psyche, here's another tough unit.
True. And also, we don't have... the Jarvan is not equipped yet, so we don't have the fish fight available.
You could just fish fight anyway as a slow speed single combat.
That's true.
I mean, things looked so good for Pegasus until that Jarvan the Third top deck. This just it's the late game push that Aragorn needed, and like you mentioned, this is a very pivotal match. You've thrown half your decks at the wall, and it doesn't look like they're sticking.
Yeah. Yep. There's so much. I mean, we see that there are pump spells here, but even just the threat of pump spells just really makes blocking miserable.
It's a bit of a nightmare. That said, with damage now pushed onto the Jarvan the Third, Broadmane is a little bit more safe.
True. It is a little bit more safe, but it also, like, there's still the threat. There's still so many, there's threats of single combats and other stuff that can potentially kill this Broadmane that you can't really be too proactive about throwing out these burn spells.
No, but I think you almost have to be because of the flash bombs. I think you really need those to start sticking damage on other targets, or you could just high roll it. You could also just high roll it and dodge the tough unit.
Love to see it. Okay.
Ooh, Caustic Rift with the Broadmane is huge.
Love to see that if you're Pegasus. Combat Cook, yep. All right, this could be another turning point. Oh.
Ano Pain.
More tough units. Now the ability to make everything tough.
Yeah,
or at least one thing tough forever.
If you're wondering, what does it look like for the mid-range Demacia deck to win this matchup? Running over your opponent with tough is certainly an option. It's probably your plan B, plan C, even plan D, but it's the one that Aragorn has found and has to play towards, and is doing so beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, it can be plan D, but it is still a plan, and following a plan is definitely better than not in almost every case in Legends of Runeterra. But there's still not over for Pegasus. There's still a lot of options. We have that drum solo to potentially refill. There are a lot of cards in Aragorn's hand, but they're mostly situational, and there's a couple of pieces of equipment that aren't necessarily doing too much right now.
No, but we do still have that fish fight option.
Yep.
If Aragorn wants to eke out the Lord Broadmane here, and that is going to be the line.
Yep, nothing that Pegasus can do to stop that now. You can play one of the spells in response to kill the hired gun, but not a ton of value in that.
No, and I almost feel like you just have to Mystic Shot this Combat Cook while its shields are down before Aragorn can throw another equipment onto it.
Right.
Just try to clean up as much of the board as possible because you know there's a Jarvan that's going to pull your singular blocker out of the way on the next turn.
Right. Yeah, that is true. Yep, there it is again. We're going to be threatening lethal here. And barring some crazy draws, it will in fact be lethal. Full threatening 9 damage here. We can Mystic Shot plus Caustic Riff to kill the hired gun, but we see the pump spell.
Yeah, we are aware that Form Up will be lethal. Pegasus does have a lot of draw power in hand, but there's really not much for them to even draw into to get them out of a situation like this.
Annie's a blank. Conservatory's a blank. Gotta fire off the drum solo. Drum solo. Clockling blank. Annie blank. And that's gonna be it. Aragorn going to take 2 of Team Samira's players down here.
Team Jack, with their Jack deck, is making a show of the finals here so far. 2-0 is World Champion Aragorn.
Wow. All right. And there you have it. Team Jack and Aragorn taking it down here. Going up. Not up 2-0, but eliminating 2 players.
Yeah.
From Team Samira.
And this leaves us with Mr. Emotional on Samira Fizz and Puffball Panda on Jinx Echo, neither of which I love into this Jack Jarvan, but I think it might be time to send in Mo and see if you can just aggro this down and then give Team Jack the potential counter pick into your Samira Fizz and just kind of hope that Puffball can clutch it out.
Yeah, but let's take a look here. Boulevard, do you want to do it?
Yep. And eliminate. I was too slow. But Pegasus has been eliminated, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we did get an update on the decks. Absolution has popped off of their set deck and is now representing Samira Fizz.
Okay, makes sense. I think my guess is that they were trying to do the we're not playing Samira, and then they did the calculation of, oh wait, it's not if we want to play this deck, then we have to play Samira Fizz. So we'll
wait, that's illegal.
Yeah, didn't quite work out, but Aragorn standing strong here. It's gonna either be Mo or Puffball Panda that has to try to take them down. But Boulevard, going into this, were you expecting to see this sort of, you know, Jarvan and Sun deck be a dominant force here?
Not really. I wasn't even sure which of Aragorn's decks he was going to pull into this one because he does have some weird ones in here. We've got Teemo Kate, Set Asol, and Jack J4 Quinn, so I really was unsure what direction they wanted to take. But the cool thing about Jack specifically is that there are 9 Jack decks in this tournament, and all of them are unique. There is not a single bit of overlap on the Jack archetypes, so we really don't know what to expect out of this champion. Maybe this is the Jack deck that you'll see for the coming weeks.
Yeah, it very well may be, but we've got our next matchup ready, Boulevard. Let's see. It looks like, okay, sending in the Panda. Puffball Panda versus Aragorn here, Boulevard. And we talked about it. It is the Jinx Echo versus the set deck, or sorry, the Jack deck from Aragorn.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, we've seen Puffball Panda on the Jinx Echo previously. Very bad at drawing the chrono breaks was Puffball in the previous set that we saw her in, but, you know, it's starting to get kind of rough here, Blad.
Yeah, it definitely is, but this deck has the ability to absolutely pop off. I mean, that's sort of the beauty of card games in general, is that, like, okay, we can look at it on paper, maybe not the most favored, but also you can have these crazy Echo levels up and you draw Chrono Break immediately and you just win the games. And guess what? It's best of one. So you can have that pop-off game and move your team on and get over the behemoth that is Aragorn so far. But At the same time, Aragorn could theoretically 4-0 the entire team with this very deck here. Jarvan and Sun is what I'm calling it.
On paper, this looks pretty okay for Puffball. As long as Aragorn doesn't draw 3 Fish Fight again, then there's really not a lot of backline access. And even if he does, you know, Puffball is equipped with 3 copies of Scrying Sands and the Quicksand, so
yeah,
there's a lot more attack manipulation than we've seen out of any of the other previous lists. And things still very well could line up. 1-level Jinx might take over the game.
Yeah, it certainly can, although, of course, the mono tough aggro is pretty good against the 1 damage AoE that the Rocket does. But, I mean, you're absolutely right. Leveled up Jinx can definitely take over the game. A leveled up Echo can take over the game by way of that Chrono Break. So we'll certainly have to see how it lines up. Are the stars going to align for Puffball Panda, or are we going to see a bunch of fish fights from Aragorn? We're just going to have to wait and see, Boulevard.
I don't want to wait and see. I want to get in there now. I want to get into the game. I want to see some action.
We're gonna have action. We got to give the players some time to set up, though, Boulevard. Come on.
That we do. You got to mental reset. Understand, like, hey, half my team has been eliminated. Life's on the line. I don't think Mo's going to be able to sweep with Samira Fizz. I think, like you mentioned, it's a deck that players came into this event targeting, and there's probably, at the very least, 1, maybe even 2 decks left in Team Jack's lineup to beat that deck out specifically. Right. So would have a very hard time making the reverse sweep. So Puffball Panda, it's all up to you at this point.
Yeah, it absolutely is, though. I will say, Mo, you know, you'd think you've got a deck that is targeting the Samira Fizz. That's great. But we saw Mo really expertly navigate the mirror match versus Majin, and it was 18-0. So anything is certainly possible in the right hands. But we're going to be jumping into the game now. Team Samira with Puffball Panda. Oh, okay.
And we're going to be jumping right back out of the game. Wrong decks.
Maybe
Wrong
Aragorn
decks.
was like, you know what? We want to make this one close, so just conceded. I don't think probably not allowed to do that, but they queued up the wrong.
No, I think I saw Diana in Puffball's hands, so just defaulted to her signature deck and was like, yeah, let's run that. And they're like, no, you didn't pick that one. Remember, you're playing the Jinx deck, so just got to get that resituated, and then we'll hop right back into the game.
That one would technically be legal in their lineup, though, so that's kind of funny.
It would have been wild if they had any other Targon Shurima players or Leona Diana players. Although I do want to shout out, I believe it was Meg Ferrari brought a Leona Samira deck.
I do
definitely
remember
the
seeing
most
that.
unique Samira deck that we saw in the tournament.
Yeah, which is really cool.
A little disappointed she didn't bring it into Top Cut, but you know,
well,
I get it. They want to run Samira Fizz on their team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're going for the win here. I mean, again, remember the players are playing for that custom art from Wanakun, which is just, I mean, I'm really excited to see it, and I'm really jealous that we didn't get a chance to, you know, get in on this art. Maybe she'll put us in the background. I doubt it. Please don't. Don't ruin your piece by putting us in it.
Yeah, no, I have a bad experience with being put on card game art, so we'll leave that at that.
Yeah, definitely don't look that up, and definitely don't order hundreds of copies on reputable sites. Okay, we can be done talking about dumb stuff. We're going into game here with Puffball Panda versus Aragorn.
Yep, got the right decks now, and actually the Jinx shuffled away in the mulligan, looking a little weak for Puffball Panda. Granted, it's always hard to know what a good mulligan looks like for Jinx Echo, because you just want to predict into the Echo. You don't necessarily want him in your opening hand.
Right. It's a type of deck where it's like, I'll just fix it with predict, so it almost doesn't matter. I mean, it does. It definitely does, but in my mind, it doesn't.
Oh, but Aragorn did once again open 1-drop, Barnacles, a couple of strike spells, fake Sharp Sight. Oh, but drop order's coming in.
Yep, and is technically going to be able to block the Barnacled tracker here. But not going to go with that line on the side of Aragorn.
No, banking up some spell mana, saving it for a rainy day. Ugh. No champions yet again for Puffball Panda. I have to imagine the voices were not even considered, given that there's one in hand, and you need a level champion for that card to do what it needs to do.
Yep.
So Aragorn, just more and more breathing room to start to take over the board.
Yeah, and once Aragorn gets to that mid to late game, if Panda is not super far ahead, it gets really, really scary with just how this deck is constructed.
Yeah, I will say, though, Panda doing a very good job of hitting drop borders.
True.
So that's something.
Yeah, getting them out of the deck, getting some, at the very least, chump blockers, and their brash blockers.
All right, here. You know what? We don't even need mode. Puffball Panda's coming in for the reverse sweep. Step 1, take out the world champion, right?
True.
Light work.
Very true.
If you can find a champion, Puffball. I know we're talking you up here, but you do need Echo.
You do need something.
Yeah, Augmented Clockling, not a bad hit, but of course now with the blocking Badger Bear on the side of Aragorn, it's a lot less appealing than it was 15 seconds ago.
Yep.
And just going to take a time trick instead. This board music is really nice, actually. I've never heard this before.
I feel like it's probably not this board's music, but maybe it is, actually. I don't know.
It sounds kind of Star Guardian-y.
It does sound Star Guardian-y.
That's my new favorite genre.
Yeah, Star Guardian-esque is my new vibe.
Here comes the blocking Badger Bear with some Barnacles.
Yep.
And the drop order will be sacrificed. Prevent 5 damage. Coin now in the hand of Aragorn. That tax has been paid. All future coins will actually generate some value. And with Quinn coming down on the following turn, Puffball, you got another chance to whiff.
Why would I draw the cards I want when I can get cards that show me more cards that I could draw? Yeah.
And this is one of the main issues that a lot of players have with a deck like this is your reliance on finding your champions and the fact that as likely as it is, you do have games like this.
Oh, no.
Very unfortunate that it's happening in the finals of a tournament.
Okay.
But you don't get to pick the timings.
Very true.
Try again. First pass. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
I still find myself doing it, fully realizing that it's not particularly good anymore, but I still do it out of old habits.
Speaking of old habits, Puffball's going to break it by finding the Echo.
There it
and
is.
Actually has the mana to play it, and it's certainly leveled. No mana for protection, though, and there is not only single combat, but fish fight in the hand of Aragorn. But Echo's a sacrificial champion. You don't really care. Like, you don't expect the first one to live. You just need to get them on board to activate things like Voices and get the Chrono Breaks into the deck.
Yeah, you get to play your third champion of Voices of the Risen,
Yeah.
which at this point, with all the drop borders that have been happening, like that's fine.
Yeah, although I wouldn't be. Yeah, Puffball going to save it for the next turn when she has the Quicksand in order to prevent
Jinx.
a lot of the fight spells that Aragorn has. And yeah, Jinx down to the top, so things finally starting to look up.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while to get the champions going, but they are here.
Oh, that's bold. It's a little bold. There's a lot of 2-1s on your opponent's field.
Yeah, clear out this board. I mean, you know you've got your... well, on the one hand, you know that you've got your plays coming up, and like you can take over the game with a Jinx and an Echo for sure. And you can soften up this board a little bit so that the single combats aren't necessarily as devastating. But on the other hand, your Voices of the Risen gets a lot worse when most of your board is destroyed.
You do need to maintain a board for Chrono Break to be a game-winning, back-breaking card. Although, you know, I don't think Puffball was going to even have the opportunity to draw into a Chrono Break on the next turn, and likely would have lost a lot of her board anyway. Probably just playing it a little bit too safe here. Should have been a little more willing to take damage. You're still sitting at 20, Puffball. You could probably take a good amount of damage next turn and preserve some of the board, but decides to full send it here and can be left with just a vulnerable Clockling.
Yep, definitely a very distinct line to take, though, I will say. And like I mentioned before, it's like it is a plan, and having a plan and following it is very powerful, even if it's not necessarily your A plan here.
Now the Clockling goes down. I imagine this is where Echo finally gets to touch the board, and then we'll see how Aragorn wants to try and deal with this Echo. Do we fish fight it single combat? We do have the guaranteed kill on it, I believe, thanks to the fake Sharp Sight, which I don't care what the name of this card is. It's fake Sharp Sight to me.
Yeah, it's Sharp Sight at home. Okay, fish fight coming through.
Sand touches down. For Glory gonna deny this, buff it back up. And I think with the coin, Aragorn can even still throw down Angel.
Which is certainly very, very strong. Coin, go up to 6, and oh yeah, sure. Just playing the old French vanilla 6-5 brash.
You know, angels are not a new concept in card games, but I do really like the design choice that, I don't know if you've seen the full art of Angel here. Definitely not your typical depiction.
Sure. I haven't seen it, but now I'm interested to.
And now with just a couple of copies of Jinx and a Voices, Puffball can level the Jinx this turn and fire off a rocket, but it's really not going to be much or enough, and considering how big Angel and Jack are with the single combat available, I think Aragorn is looking to continue on his path of dominance here in the Grand Finals.
Yep. It does seem like this line is pretty much played out here for Puffball. You can't, I mean, you just have to, right? There's not much else. You just don't have any other options. You got to try.
The best line here, the best possible scenario for Puffball, I think, is you attack with the Jinx. Jarvan blocks, and then you can kill it with the Get Excited because Jinx levels, but then you fire off a rocket, none of the board actually dies, and we're going to preemptively use this instead, saying, hey, I don't actually want to attack with the Jinx this turn.
I feel like you might as well attack with Jinx, yeah.
It's really a matter of, do you want to have to commit this Get Excited onto the Jarvan should he block?
You'd also have to commit it on... Oh, no, I guess you wouldn't have to commit it on the Angel. Actually, the Angel blocking would be great because then you can kill 2 units.
Yeah. So I think with this Get Excited getting committed, free combat, or maybe not. Okay, we're sending it in. There's the Jarvan block.
Yep. That was an instantaneous block from Aragorn. Yeah. We saw Jay Sensational with the bluff attack. Aragorn having none of that.
Getting into the high level mind games thing. I see you hovering that card. It's not Get Excited, all right? I'm gonna throw out the blocker. Oh, it was Get Excited. I don't really care. My Jarvan's gone. Whatever.
Let's hit.
I think Aragorn is still looking at lethal on the next turn when we attack and Jarvan challenges the Jinx.
Yes. Quite lethal, in fact. So, yeah, we're gonna get a couple of draws here.
A couple of draws and a lot of ways to reduce attack in this deck. It's not enough. Even killing the blocking Badger Bear, you're looking at exactsies.
9, yeah. And we don't even have drop borders left in the deck to pull.
We might have 1.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we got 3.
Oh, it might have been all 3, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that we got 3. But that's going to be Aragorn continuing the reign of terror in the Glory in Navori Brawl finals here. Eliminating 3 of Team Samira's 4 players, leaving only Mr. Emotional left.
Can you believe this guy hasn't won a tournament since last year? Isn't that crazy?
Don't perpetuate Majin's dumb joke from the promo.
It's called a callback, Blevins, okay? It's funny.
Okay, fine. I am definitely a believer in the, if it wasn't funny the first time, do it 17 more times and it still won't be funny, but that's perfectly fine. All right, Boulevard, can you get it this time?
All right, and Puffball Panda has been eliminated. Really thought it was going to come out faster that time.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if... I don't know.
They might have had control of that and
it really baited you.
But it does mean that Mo now has the tall, dramatic task of committing the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it is definitely a very tall task for Mo to do it. But I mean, let's think of it this way: it is Team Samira that has the Samira deck, right?
Yeah.
It's Mo who, you know, say what you will about Mo, very strong player, and is a seasonal champion playing the Samira deck, which is the aggro deck, which is what he's known for. Like, if there were a time and a place and a player to do it, he is the one to do it.
And I
this is the
can
time and
imagine
place.
Mo behind the scenes being like, no, guys, I don't care. I'm going in last. I want the reverse sweep. I want things to be just dramatic as possible.
Yeah, this is exactly what Mo wanted. Like, Mo, there's a non-zero, though it's probably very close to zero chance that Mo said, just throw your games. I want all 4 of them.
I saw those predicts. That was the Legends of Runeterra client throw. Echo did not want to win that game.
Echo didn't want to show up to work that day. It's okay. Sometimes.
No, he's the hide and go seek champion. No matter who wins this event, Echo's the hide and go seek champion of the tournament.
Yeah, wanted to hide and is the hide and go seek champion 10 years running here for Echo. So definitely definitely not what Team Samira wanted, but what Team Samira does want is for Mr. Emotional to do this reverse sweep and eliminate Team Jack here. But Boulevard, what we're gonna do is take a quick break before we go into this potentially final game of the finals here in the Glory Navori Brawl. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see this one. welcome back to the Glory and Navori Brawl. I am still bluffing somehow. That is still Boulevard, and we are here in the finals. Boulevard, please say something. I'm going to pass out.
Back to you, Blood.
Well, we're
That's
back here.
I am so excited that we are back here now with Aragorn taking a 3-0 lead for Team Jack, Mr. Emotional, the last remaining member of Team Samira on the Samira Fizz, the boogeyman deck of the format right now. And Mo has to do the impossible and reverse sweep all of Team Jack, starting with world champion Aragorn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an uphill battle for Mo, but especially, you know, looking into the eyes of the former world champion Aragorn.
He's still the reigning world champion. He's not former yet, and he's invited back next year to defend the title. So
that's true. The reigning world champion Aragorn. I mean, this is certainly. I mean, like I said, this is the match to do it. Obviously, because if you lose, you're gone. But I think, you know, this is exactly this. These are the things that Mo lives for. Mo did not want to lead off the tournament, and you know, potentially for Mo wanted the underdog story. Mo wants to be the good guy and the bad guy. He wants the underdog story. But we'll take a look here at the deck that Mo is going to have to win 4 straight games with in order to take this one down, Boulevard.
And coming into this event, if you asked anyone, like, hey, if someone's gonna, you know, 4-0 the finals, what deck would they do it with? Everybody would have been pointing at this one. So if there is a player and a deck to get it done on, the stage is set, the spotlight is on. Mo's got to be at home eating it up right now. And I know that he wants to make it through Aragorn, at the very least to get his hands on Absolution after that devastating Smack Talk session prior to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think this is going to be, you know, Team Jack potentially, you know, standing behind Aragorn right now, talking a bunch of smack, but then Mo gets past him and goes, wait, you're not supposed to be here. Everyone starts to scatter, but hey, gonna have to get there first. Here, of course, is the deck that has been absolutely dominant so far in the finals here. And Boulevard, I mean, don't get me wrong, Samira Fizz can definitely win from any spot against any deck. That's just how the deck is. It's very, very strong, very, very powerful new deck. But the blocking Badger Bear is just got to be the rock in the boots of the Samira Fizz deck.
It is a wrench in the works for sure, in a way that I think a lot of players didn't necessarily expect it to be. I know it was revealed and we were all like, ha, funny joke. 3-mana 4/4s are back this one. You know, Sharp Sight rotated, so now we just have this blocking Badger Bear that can kind of get it done. And it has been doing a lot of work for Aragorn thus far.
Yeah. It's not just a blocking Badger Bear. That's the thing. If it was like a 0/4 that when it blocked, it got +4/+0. Okay, that's a blocking Badger Bear. It also just has the 4 attack on attack, but we're going to have to see if that's going to be a factor here in this finals game. Mr. Emotional versus Aragorn.
Ooh, and we are starting off with a pretty expensive hand on the side of Mo. Not what you wanted to see, but finally, Aragorn dry on both Barnacles and Fish Fights. That has been his signature combo for the last couple of games to rip through Team Samira's defenses. And now Mo can't even get back on the offensive. What is this hand, Mo?
Just waiting to draw that echo, I guess.
I don't think, in all my years of casting, I don't think I have seen the first 2 turns fly by faster.
I have to agree with you. They usually don't. There he is.
Yep.
Bigger
Elusive
beamer
into the bear.
Not what you like to see, but the beauty of Mo's deck is that you're not really going tall with elusives. You're going wide. So yes, well, actually, you're with
going both.
Shelly. You're going both. Yeah, that's true.
The problem that Mo is running into is without some of the other supplementary cards from the deck, no way to discount the Burblefish, and it's going to be a while before we can get all of this online. And Aragorn actually taking a pass on their attack turn.
Yeah. The beauty, though, is, yes, the blocking Badger Bear can block elusives. Not if it's stunned, though. We've got Pirouette in hand.
Stuns are still an effective way to deal with this, but now the single combat and the fish fight have found their way into Aragorn's hand.
Yep.
There's no barnacles to take advantage of the one-sided strike, but with Tough on the unit, I think that Mo is going to just end up losing one of his elusives here. Certainly that Fleet Admiral Shelley, and, you know, if we have to lose... okay, nope, we're going for the buff.
Yeah, we've got the buff here. So this is actually quite good here. Now, unfortunately, you know, Mo obviously would have liked to just kill the Badger Bear here, but just, you know, cashing it in now. Hey, let's get our damage in now. We're going to push 8 here. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, he's going in, and there is a single combat, so the stunned Badger Bear can still take out one of these units.
Yeah, this is potentially a nightmare for Mr. Emotional, but if you're Aragorn and your Team Jack, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, right? Like, this is potentially the tournament on the line here for Team Aragorn. And, all right, going to trade a Badger Bear there for Shelley. Certainly something that Aragorn is looking to do. But that single combat is still there.
Samira off the top for Mo. Third blocking Badger Bear for Aragorn.
I can hear Mo right now. What the man? I can hear
man.
I can hear it. I can hear him, but not actually. But I can.
He's in my DMs right now, actually. The DMs that I can't leak.
Right. The DMs that are absolutely not going to be leaked under any circumstances. I get it.
All right, heavy metal does a little bit of work. We get a weapon off, but
sure.
Aragorn, once again, it feels like you're starting to gain control back, but once that Jarvan the Third comes down, it's really going to solidify Aragorn's position, and Mo has not been able to slip through yet. We're on to the third blocking Badger Bear already, and once Jarvan comes down, if Jarvan the Fourth levels, that feels like game over, given the amount of cards that Emotional is down to.
Yeah, and this Badger Bear is not even necessarily dead. Okay, just going to go for the single combat, which is going to take out Samira, which is going to incentivize Mo to play the Flare. Woo! And destroy, and, you know, because you're going to get another one from the single combat, might as well get that 1 damage.
Yep.
The parlay goes down, and we're stuck now with 2 Burblefish. Jettison. Arguably the worst. And Stylish Shot, arguably the best. Okay, so.
Yeah.
You're wet. Okay.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
If only we were representing more than 4 damage.
Yeah, exactly. If there was an actual board here, this would be very, very scary, in fact. But is now just going to be the 4 plus the Stylish Shot coming back. So, I mean, this is not the game plan that the Samira Fizz deck generally does or wants to do, which is this sort of chip damage, but take what you can get. And there's Jarvan the Third. Jarvan and Sons looking to send Mo and Team Samira into the sun with this attack here.
And now the real question is, can Team Jack get Jack into play?
Okay,
Down
Mo
to
saying
3.
Yep, Mo saying, you know what, I don't need that extra life. I'm either going to win or lose. Let's just see what happens.
Rip it. It's a Fizz.
Fizz.
Mo's signature emote.
Don't think Fizz is going to do it here. We can do 1, 2, get a Burblefish in is 4. Get the Stylish Shot back.
And another...
Is there a draw that we can get to that potentially gives Mo an out? Is there any outs here at all for Mo is the question.
The only cards that he's going to be able to play in combat off the top are, at least the ones that do anything, are Swindle, which, unless if Aragorn top decks a single combat, maybe Swindle can turn into something, but still probably not. Mo's board is just a little bit too weak.
Yeah.
And Barb Chain, which does not do anything the turn that you play it. So it's looking like these blocking Badger Bears. Blevins, you got to be eating this up right now, right? The fact that the Badger Bears have come in and stonewalled Mo's comeback so fantastically.
You can't see it, but I am in fact high-fiving Steve Rubin off camera right now, even though we're in opposite sides of the country. It is happening, as one of my favorite cards of all time, Beamer, his upgraded version, is coming in and destroying the dreams of Team Samira and raising Team Jack to the level of Glory and Navori Brawl champions here.
And this is honestly what you want to see out of your reigning world champion. Aragorn came into that event a little bit more of an unknown factor. Now, of course, everybody knows his name, and he's coming into this event not playing around. Didn't go 2-0 in Group A. That was Mo, but Aragorn said, I've got you in the finals, bro. I'll see you there, and I'll take out your whole team single-handedly if I have to.
Yeah, and absolutely.
Hold on, no blocks out of Aragorn. That does open up some counterplay for Mo.
Yeah, now if we play the stylish shot now, if we play the stylish shot now, warning shot is lethal off the top, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Could we see a warning shot off the top rope here? I mean, Mo has to see this because stylish shot is focus speed. You have to cash it in now. He does. Okay.
Why didn't Aragorn block?
I don't know, but the option is there. Do we see the warning shot off the top? Oh, wait. If there was no open attack, we had the flare potentially, but that, I believe, is going to be it. Mo in a position to win there with a warning shot off the top, but it's not going to be enough. Aragorn and Team Jack are going to take this one down.
Mo made it close, down to 1 health on the side of Aragorn, and then the jettison to finish it off, just showing like, hey, there was my warning shot. It was at the bottom of the deck, but had that been another flare or any number of new 1-mana spells, this might have been a difference maker, but it wasn't so, and as such, Aragorn and this Jack Jarvan deck coming out of left field and completely demolishing Team Samira.
Wow, just absolute domination from the world champion Aragorn here, and Team Jack are your Glory in Navori Brawl champions, Boulevard.
And I knew this was going to happen. I made a fan sign here, and I only made one of them, okay? So I have been rooting for Team Jack. I have been rooting for Team Jack the entire time. I knew they could do it, never a doubt in my mind.
Absolutely love it. I mean, hey, you gotta show your devotion to the team, Boulevard.
Absolutely.
Only having
a fan sign in there.
Gotta have.
It's a called shot.
All right, your last chance, Boulevard. Can you do it?
Eliminated for the last time, the last remaining member of Team Samira, Mr. Emotional, is going home.
Okay, I'm giving that to you because you elongated it. You played chicken, and I think you won there, Boulevard. But
a little bit.
Speaking of winning, Team Jack on the back of Aragorn winning 4-0 there. Absolutely dominating fashion.
And Absolution's Twitter is about to be popping off for the next couple of hours at the absolute least. Didn't even have to come in. Doesn't matter. I don't really see Aragorn as the type to talk smack, but you know some of his teammates are going to get up on social media and cause a ruckus.
Oh, yeah. It's when you have the reigning world champion to stand behind, you can rabble-rouse as much as you want and really cause a ruckus.
And that is exactly what they're going to do. But again, congratulations to Team Jack, Aragorn, Jay Sensational, Meg Ferrari, Absolution. Even though the grand finals was all Aragorn, it was certainly a team effort to get them here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw it cannot just be one player in the group stages. If everyone else, did not perform, you're not even in the finals, and we don't get to see this performance from Aragorn in the finals. Everyone had to contribute. Everyone did very well going into it to get Team Jack to the point where they're actually in the finals here, Boulevard.
Yeah, and they made such a spectacle of it. I'm a little sad that we didn't get to see more Set. I don't think we ever got to see Set's level up animation. He's the only champion, the only team. We did?
We did. Remember, he's got the dragon and he punches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't remember
have
what
a memory
round
of it happening, but yeah, I know you're right. You're absolutely right. We did get to see all of our new champions represented here. And I got to shout out not just Team Jack, but Jack himself. 9 unique Jack decks in this tournament.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty clear which one people are going to flock to, at least for the next couple of days.
Yeah. Well, I also want to say, shout out to the dev team. I know a lot of times we have a new set and we get new champions, and it's usually like, okay, one champion, maybe 2 champions we see a lot of, we see decks around them, and then the other one kind of, okay, it's there. We'll see it maybe here or there. But here, I really do think each one of these 3 champions can be in the spotlight in a different way. Now, I don't think we'll see all of them be the main champion in every single deck moving forward, but I do think each of them has the potential, and we already have seen it in this event, but even moving forward, we will see each of these champions in decks and potentially in various decks just because of how versatile they are.
And that's what I like so much about Jack being the main one on display here, where all of the champions are doing well, but Set and Samira seem to be the more narrow ones.
Yeah.
If you look at ladder, you're going to see like 2 or 3 Samira and Set decks, but Jack, the world is our oyster, and we've just begun to open up this can of worms.
Yeah, and I don't know. Do you think Jack eats worms? Maybe. Maybe he'll be eating caviar tonight.
Oh, certainly.
Absolutely. But I mean, really, I'm very interested to see, because we also, of course, got the new set. We got the new set, but we also got the rotation, and I think we're just scratching the surface of feeling the implications of that. Right? It's the one that you brought up that I didn't even think about, but it is really a huge one. Is Flock, Ravenous Flock, no longer standard legal. So a lot of these control Noxus P&Z decks that have relied on Ravenous Flock for so long lost a really important tool that we're no longer able to use there in those decks. So the new cards mixed with the rotation is definitely going to change things up a lot, Boulevard.
Yeah, and I got baited earlier. I haven't had time to fully digest the rotation list yet.
Yeah.
It's rather extensive, which I think is cool. But Jay Sensational wasn't running Concussive Palm, so I assumed it rotated, and then we got into someone else's, and Concussive Palm was there, and I was like, maybe Jason thought it rotated. I don't even know. Maybe he just didn't think it was the card, but...
Either way, we're definitely going to see those effects soon, but we're also going to be talking to Team Jack and the champion here right now. That's Aragorn. What's up, buddy? Wow.
Hello, everyone.
Magnificent
Hello.
performance in the finals.
I have to start by saying it was a great event. It was lots of fun. Thank you for having me. And I hope this becomes more of a thing in the future, because it was, I think, great for everyone.
So coming into this, Aragorn, how seriously were you taking this, right? Because it's one of those like show matchy events, but also there's a really cool prize on the line, and your lineup, you didn't bring the Fizz Samira that everyone kind of expected to be the big deck of the event. So what was your prep like coming into this?
We are having a bit of technical issues on my side because I cannot hear you very well. So
do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but barely. That's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll try to get those fixed. But if you can hear me at all, what we're looking at, what did your prep look like going into the event for this sort of show match? How seriously did you take it?
Okay, I heard the first part. What was my prep?
Yeah.
Okay. Since it was an event more for the people, basically. We were trying to have fun, so I thought of bringing stuff that were semi-competitive, but not to try hard. I didn't want to bring, for example, Jace Heimer. That would be boring for everyone to watch. So I tried different iterations of many different decks. I tried, for example, Set Viego, which I saw that someone brought, and I reached the conclusion that my lineup was semi-competitive, fun to watch, I think, at least. I hope so. And yeah. That was the thinking behind of my lineup, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, I hope you can hear us a little bit better now. I'm also wondering, were you always planning to be the first person in the finals if you made it? Was that a decision you made on the spot, or were you always like, okay, I'm gonna hold the shield, I'm gonna go first every time, no matter what?
Yeah, I got. It was a very similar run to my Worlds run, where I basically won all the games until the World Championship itself, which I also happened to win. And yeah, I got the major vibes of that. It was very cool, and a bit, a throwback to the old days, like 3 or 4 months ago. But yeah. I also thought that my deck was pretty good against everything, and since they could not ban it, I thought that I would be the first pick. I would maybe bring down 2 people or 3 and leave for the rest of my team to clean up the mess. But yeah, I just went for O, which happens. I'm the world champion, so that's to be expected.
Awesome. Boulevard, do you want to give it another shot on a final question here?
Yeah. I mean, I guess. What are you looking forward to next, Aragorn? You're already going to the World Championship again next year, but that's a ways off. What are you doing in the meantime?
A bit closer to the mic, please, because I cannot.
Oh, gotcha.
Really hear you well.
So you're already secured for the World Championship next year. Are you playing the Runeterra Opens? Are you taking it easy? What are you doing this year?
Oh, so it was the question was about the next World Championship.
Yeah, like what are you doing leading up to that? Yeah.
I'm very excited because rotation will be a part of it. I get that it will be on standard mode, not on eternal. So I think that will be pretty interesting. Like for example, if Talia gets rotated out of the World Championship next year, I would be pretty sad. But and I will be hyper competitive, as competitive as I can get. I mean, the thing is, I would be very happy, don't get me wrong, I would be very happy to win the next year's World Championship, but I think for the people it would be better if someone else, won it, so we get 3 World Champions, but that's not to say that whoever faces me will get a pass from me. I am definitely bringing down everyone that stands in front of me and my trophy.
Well, you definitely did that today, and I want to end it here. Give you a chance to do any shout outs to your team, to anyone who helped you. The floor is yours, friend.
I just want to shout out to my whole team because I loved their vibe, their sense of humor, their sense of being competitive, but at the same time not too sweaty, not pressuring anyone. So yeah, I just want to shout out Team Jack for being Team Jack.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, and I cannot wait to see that custom art once it gets made. Congratulations to you, Aragorn, and to Team Jack for the Glory and Navori Brawl Champions.
Thank you again. It's an honor to be here.
All right, Boulevard. That is, that's it. We got nothing else, man. Like, how do you feel about this one?
I feel pretty good. I mean, that was an insane showing. It's really nice that, like, I just want to reiterate that, like, there were no special deck building rules that people had to bring in the new champions or anything like that. It's just design nailed it. And people wanted to bring the new champions because the mechanics are cool and they're exciting and they're competitive. So I gotta say, the Glory and Navori set looking really, really strong so far. Very happy with the way everything played out.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, like the champions feeling very powerful but also versatile, at least in some ways. Like really, I echo what you said. I think it felt really good for this event. And honestly, if you go on ladder, you're going to be seeing a lot of these new champions anyway, right? Like, obviously people want to play the new cards, but also like they just feel strong, good, and with rotation, hey, you got to start somewhere. And I think we're going to see once the dust settles, we will definitely be seeing a lot of these champions overall. But Boulevard, man, I don't want to go, man. But we got to eventually. Boulevard, any last thoughts, sellouts, shout outs, all that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a very special shout out that I want to give. It's to a very dear friend of mine, someone who couldn't be here today. Oh, wait, no, they could. Because it's me. It's shout out to Boulevard and absolutely nobody else.
Love to see it. And, I'll also give a shout out that I've given many times, and that is to Boulevard and no one else, because that's just how you do it. But Boulevard, it's been an absolute pleasure and a blast to cast this Glory in Navori Brawl. But for Boulevard, I've been the Blevins, and we'll see you on the next one here for Legends of Runeterra.